A Match for Maude, the first book in the Lilac City series, is set in a location that is fictional, but was inspired by a real town. I have family who lives in northern Wyoming, and the town of Basin is the inspiration for Lilac City. I did a little research. One of the reasons that there's an advantage in having a fictional town is I can use what I want from real history, but then I can tweak it to fit my story. And that's what I've done here. I spent several summers and some holidays with my family that lives there. And so it's a place that's very near and dear to my heart. And in fact, my aunt and uncle's farm there was what I imagined when I was writing the farm in Swing Vote. If you haven't listened to that one yet, you might want to check it out. But it's also, I've drawn some of the names from old family members. Like Maude, I had a great aunt whose name was Maude. And it's fun when I needed a name, I went to my family history chart to check and see what names might appeal to me. So I enjoyed this story. It ended up being very different from the original one that I had crafted. I like it a lot better. I think the sisters are a hoot, and even their older brother Luke, who gets his own love story, surprised me as I was writing them, and I hope you enjoy it.
A Match for Maude, Lilac City Novella Series, Book 1, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Chapter 1. Burying her father wasn't how Maude Lancaster had imagined spending her 20th birthday. As the final guests left following the funeral meal, she brought her damp handkerchief to her eyes. She couldn't start crying again. It irritated her uncle, who couldn't abide any show of emotion, even while at home. Hearing another lecture about female sensibilities was more than she could bear at the moment. Uncle William closed the door and turned to face them. He had the same blue eyes as her father's, but lacked the warmth. How could their world have come crashing down upon them like this?
"It's time to read the will."
Her uncle's tone held an edge that sent a little shiver down Maude's spine. He didn't say anything else, but simply strode toward his office, expecting the girls to follow him. Sniffing, Maude glanced at her younger sisters. Doris was silent as usual, her face red from crying. Frances glared in their uncle's direction. "This way, girls." With a sympathetic, almost smile, their aunt indicated they should precede her to their uncle's office. If not for her, Maude didn't know how they'd have gotten through the last few days. Uncle William stood in the corner, arms behind his back, watching as they entered the room. She'd never been comfortable with the man. He was always too rigid, unmoving, unfeeling, especially when it came to his business. Maude had once overheard her father call his brother ruthless in his pursuit of amassing his fortune. A man Maude recognized as their father's attorney sat at the desk, a pair of spectacles perched on his nose. He wore a black band on the sleeve of his jacket, she assumed out of courtesy to her father. The lawyer had an agitated twitch she couldn't remember from before, and he kept wiping his forehead like he was nervous. It appeared the years hadn't been good to him. She'd only met him a few times when she was younger. She'd never forget when he'd come after their mother's death to write their brother out of father's will. Tears burned Maude's eyes again, and she blinked rapidly to keep them from falling. If she lost control, so would Doris. "Sit down, girls," their aunt said softly, pointing to the 3 chairs facing the desk. Maude and Doris sat down primly, as they'd been taught. Frances, still glaring at their uncle, flopped into a chair, slouching with her legs spread like a man's, her long skirts pulling tight against her knees. "Sit up," Maude hissed. Both she and Doris had chastised Frances about acting like a lady, but the girl refused. She'd made it clear that when she turned 21 in 3 years, that she fully intended to seek out their brother, Luke, who'd gone out west. She glanced at Maude. "I told you before," Frances shifted her glare to the two men. "We're 5 years into a new century, and it's ridiculous that women are still being held back." Their uncle matched Frances's glare with one of his own, but she didn't move. He still hadn't learned that one could never force her to do something she didn't agree with. At least, Father never had, because he'd been unwilling to break his youngest daughter's spirit. Maude worried that Uncle William wouldn't have the same care, so when he turned to the attorney, she let out the breath she'd been holding.
Get on with it. I won't trouble you with the inconsequential details,
the lawyer began. "What do you consider inconsequential?" Frances asked, her tone belligerent as she straightened. "I'm not going to let you, or him," she shot their uncle a hard look, "decide what's inconsequential to me."
If you say another word,
their uncle said, his voice soft and menacing,
I will have you removed from the room. You are a minor and a female. You will do as I say."
"Frances, please," their aunt said, her eyes pleading. For a second, Maude wasn't sure her youngest sister would obey. Over the last week since they'd been living under their uncle's roof, they had all learned the hard way that he ruled his home with a heavy hand. If the girls didn't do as he wished, his wife paid the price, because he said she was responsible for keeping them in line. Frances's face flushed and her jaw clenched, but she didn't say anything else.
The executor of your father's will is your uncle, and he now has responsibility for you.
Maude and her sisters startled at that statement, but their uncle held up his hand, shaking his head. They didn't speak, but Maude felt ill. Their father's sister could have been made their guardian, with her husband the executor. While she'd been estranged from her brothers since her marriage, surely she'd have taken her nieces in. That would have been a much more acceptable choice to the girls. Why had he not chosen her?
Your uncle has responsibility for your inheritances, the attorney continued, and it is up to his discretion how to distribute the funds to you until you are married or 25, at which time you will receive your full portion. Until that time, your uncle has authority over you as though he were your father.
A smug expression crossed their uncle's face. Frances shifted, and Maude reached out to put a calming hand on her arm.
That is essentially all you need to know. Good day.
The attorney closed his folder, stood, and left the room. Frances was mumbling under her breath. It was a good thing she didn't have anything in her hands, because Maude was afraid she might throw it at him. Glancing at Doris, Maude found her watching their uncle, a look of horror on her face. What did she see in the man's expression?
You girls needn't worry,
Uncle William said, coming to stand in front of his desk.
I have no intention of being responsible for you for 3 years.
He shot Frances a dark look.
So I've arranged a marriage for each of you. As soon as you have made your vows, responsibility for you will transfer to your new husbands.
What? Frances jumped to her feet, while Maude and Doris gasped.
You'll do as I say, or you're out on the street. Wail all you wish. I'm deaf to you. Your aunt will explain.
Their uncle strode from the room. Maude sat in her chair, stunned. How could he do this? She turned to their aunt. "And Anne, how can you allow this?" Frances cried. "I'm afraid I don't have any say in the matter." "Well, he can't force me to say I do. Not now, and not ever." Frances stuck out her chin. "What's he going to do, tie me to a chair and bind my mouth so someone else can say the words for me?
That'll look pretty in the society papers." "You heard what he said. If you don't marry as he has chosen, he said he'll put you out on the street." Their aunt's face was pale, and Maude knew the woman would be punished as well. "We can move to New York," Maude said. "I'm sure Aunt Hortense would take us." "Your father had previously spoken to her," Aunt Anne said. "It seems that, since they have no children, her husband has no wish to take on the responsibility of someone else's. I am sorry." Maude looked at her two sisters. What were they going to do? Charles Merrick entered the parlor, surprised to find his mother had a guest. "My apologies," he said. "I didn't realize you had company." No, do come in." She waved him over. "This is my dear friend, Anne Lancaster. I think she moved here after you went off on your adventures. This is my younger son, Charles. He's the Pinkerton agent," she said with a touch of pride that was always missing from his father's voice. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Lancaster." He shook her hand, not bothering to correct his mother. He was a former agent, effective immediately. "Will you take tea with us?" his mother asked as she handed him a cup, which meant it was a command performance. "Why, thank you. It would be a pleasure." Charles took the cup and saucer and sat down. One thing he didn't miss about more sophisticated society was the need to pretend he wanted to do something when he really didn't. "Is it interesting work that you do with the Pinkerton agency?" Mrs. Lancaster asked. "Have you had to break any strikes?" That was another reason he'd decided to take the job offered by his friend in San Francisco. Charles wanted to work investigations. He'd only been pulled into one labor dispute so far, but it had been enough. He refused to do another. "Fortunately not. That's one thing I struggle with," he said. "Why is that?" his mother asked. "Because I've seen the working conditions, and they're abysmal. It makes me sick every time I see a child with missing fingers, because they've been forced to work in factories to help support their families." Charles shook his head. "I won't be party to anything like that." "Well," his mother said, looking uncomfortable. Mrs. Lancaster's husband must be employed by, or worse, owned one of those large factories. Charles had stepped into that one. He put down his cup and prepared to stand. "Don't leave yet," his mother said. "I must tell you what news Mrs. Lancaster has brought me. Her brother-in-law passed away recently and left 3 daughters in her husband's care. At first, Charles assumed his mother was going to try to play the matchmaker again. Then Mrs. Lancaster shifted uncomfortably. He looked at her, but she refused to meet his gaze. He glanced back at his mother. She was definitely trying to matchmake, but the other woman's expression set him on edge. Something wasn't right. "Tell me more," he said. "Mr. Lancaster has informed the girls they must marry a man of his choosing, or they are no longer welcome in his home." His mother's face was a mixture of emotions. First, sympathy for the young women, but also excitement for the situation. "How old are they?" 20, 19, and 18. They're lovely girls." His mother shot him a meaningful look. "Don't they have an inheritance they could live on?" "Not until they marry or turn 25, Mrs. Lancaster said. "I don't mean to be disloyal to my husband, but I'm quite distressed by this. The men he suggested." She shook her head. "Even if I had any desire to marry," Charles said before his mother could make the obvious suggestion, "I couldn't wed 3 women." "Of course not." His mother shot him a look like she thought he was an idiot. "But if you were to marry one of them, you could take in the other sisters. As I said, they're lovely girls." "No, Mother. I mean no offense, Mrs. Lancaster, but I'm not going to marry a strange woman to rescue her. There must be some legal recourse." He stood and gave a little bow. "It's been a pleasure, Mrs. Lancaster, Mother." Charles left the room before his mother could try to talk him into it. His heart did go out to the girls. What a tough situation to find themselves in. He took the stairs 2 at a time. Upon his arrival, the butler had informed Charles that a letter had arrived from the Pinkerton agency and was waiting for him in his room. He was sure it would have his new assignment. As he picked up the envelope, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. Was he questioning his decision to quit the agency? Or was it the situation of the 3 young women that had him on edge? No, it couldn't be them. He could do nothing for them. After slicing open the envelope with his knife, Charles slid out the single sheet of paper. He scanned the routine heading, something an attorney acquaintance had once referred to as boilerplate, and got to the meat. He'd told his supervisor he wouldn't work another labor job. And that's where they'd assigned him. Charles had confirmation that leaving the agency after 5 years was the right decision. He and James had joined the agency at the same time upon graduation from college. His friend's job had sent him to an investigation in California. He'd eventually left the agency and married a gal he'd met there. James had taken a job as a detective on the San Francisco police force and then sent word to Charles about another opening in investigations. It was Charles's dream job. "I tell you that I will not stay here," Frances continued to pace their shared bedroom. "I sent a letter to Luke." "You have his address?" Maude asked. Their father had forbidden them to have any communication with their older half-brother when he'd left 9 years ago. "Of course I have his address." Frances gave a disdainful sniff as she reached into the pocket of her skirt and pulled out a small stack of letters tied with a bit of twine. "I've been writing to him for 2 years." "And you didn't tell us?" Her eyes brimming with tears, Doris snatched the letters from their sister and held them to her chest. "As if Rule Keeper Maude would have let us write to him," Frances said with a sniff. "Go ahead and read them. He's doing really well." Doris sat down and removed the sheets from an envelope. Frances began to pace again. Maude's feelings stung at her baby sister's insult. Of course she would have allowed them to write to their brother if she'd known how to make contact with him. "What can Luke do for us?" she asked. "Do you think he can afford to sue the estate to take over as the trustee? Because no court is going to give a disowned stepson control over our fortunes. Have you seen the men Uncle William has in mind for us?" Frances actually looked scared. "Yes, I have." Maude rubbed her temples. When she'd pulled herself together a couple of hours after the reading of the will, she'd sought her aunt. The men were all well-established, middle-aged men. Most were widowers, some with several children. From what Aunt Anne had said, all of the men had done business with Uncle William. Maude was sure what they wanted was a housekeeper and nursemaid. They wouldn't mind gaining control of a small fortune either. She'd met all of them at one time or another, and the idea of sharing her marital bed with any of those men made her ill. "I won't do it, Maude," Frances said, suddenly intense. "I'll take my chances and go to Luke first." "Would he take us?" Doris looked up from the letter she'd been reading, her expression hopeful. "He wouldn't turn us away if we showed up on his doorstep." Frances grinned. "We could help him. He runs a dude ranch and is doing really well." "What's a dude ranch?" Maude asked. "Luke says it's a working ranch, but it's also a guest ranch. People from the East want to find out what it's like to be a rancher out West, so they pay to play at being a cowboy." Frances's face lit up. "It's real popular during the summer, enough that Luke's been able to buy more land and add more rooms. I think it's our duty to help him with his business venture, don't you?" "And you've known all this and not told us?"
Maude couldn't help feeling hurt. They'd all loved their older brother, and it had broken their hearts to first lose Mama and then Luke a week later. "I did it on my own initiative." Frances ducked her head. "I guess it was selfish of me, but it felt like I finally had something that was just my own." "But he's our brother, too." Doris handed the letter she'd finished to Maude. "He must think we don't care about him." "Not at all," Frances said. "I told him about Father's edict. Luke was worried he'd get us into trouble, but I told him I'd find a way to let you know he was okay." "Those stories you've told us weren't made up at all," Maude said with a frown, but unable to keep the note of humor from her voice. "It was the only way I could think of to tell you without giving away my secret." Frances had the good grace to look uncomfortable. "He's been keeping up with us all these years through his old friends." Maude's eyes burned at the thought of Luke having to sneak around to find out about his family. She had loved her father dearly, but he'd been blind to what a good man his stepson was. "Please don't keep something like that from us again." Maude wiped her eyes. 2 years we could also have been writing to him. "I just decided to tell you when Father died." "And everything changed," Doris said, her voice quiet. "Then everything changed." Frances wiped at her eyes impatiently. She hated crying in front of people, saying it was a sign of weakness. Their father had been strict but loving, at least to his natural children. Maude wished she understood what he could have been thinking to have left their care in the hands of his brother. With a sigh, she began to read the first of Luke's letters. When she and Doris had made their way through the small stack, Maude understood why Frances was confident that Luke could help them. He'd talked about inviting them to come for a visit anyway. What would he do if they simply showed up on his doorstep with the intent to stay? "You can't take too long to decide, because Uncle's not going to wait to get rid of us through marriage," Frances said. "But we're in mourning." Doris had been crying again, but she looked up from wiping her eyes with a lace-trimmed handkerchief. "When Aunt Anne said the same thing, Uncle said being in mourning just meant we couldn't have a big wedding, and he didn't plan to pay for that anyway." Frances showed Maude a piece of paper with a printed train schedule. "I've already checked out the routes." "Uncle will never allow us to travel by train to Wyoming." Maude handed the paper back. "That's why I'm not asking for his permission." Frances gave the schedule to Doris. 3 single women traveling halfway across the country alone? Maude put as much sarcasm in her tone as she could. 2 women and a man. Frances pointed to herself. Maude could only stare with an open mouth at her youngest sister. Yes, Frances was the tallest of the 3 of them, but there was no way she could pass herself off as a man. Maude shook her head. "Don't say no until you hear me out. I can handle myself. I can ride, and I can shoot. If I bind my bosom and get some shoulder pads from those old clothes up in the attic, I can make myself look like a man." Frances shrugged. "Not a full-grown man, but a youth for sure, and maybe a young man. I'll be your escort." "And what would you do if a ruffian tries to accost us?" "Shoot him," Frances said flatly. Maude started to laugh but stopped. Her baby sister meant it. "I'm taking the train to Wyoming," Frances said. "Will you 2 come with me?" Frantic pounding on Charles's bedroom door wakened him early the next morning. He jumped up and threw on some clothes before letting his mother in. She was still wearing her nightcap and dressing gown. "What's wrong?" "Anne Lancaster is downstairs and she needs your help. Will you come?" Charles took a step back. "I already told you I won't marry one of her nieces." "That's not what she's asking." His mother grabbed his sleeve and started towing him from his room.
He was a full head taller than she was, and he probably outweighed her by 50 pounds. But he let her. His sweet mother had a stubborn streak as wide as the Mississippi. Long ago, he'd learned to choose which battles were worth the fight with her. When they entered the parlor, Mrs. Lancaster spun to face him. "I'm so sorry for troubling you, but I don't know where else to turn." She handed him a letter. "Go ahead," his mother said. "Read it." With trepidation, Charles turned over the envelope and found the name Anne Lancaster written in a sloppy hand. It could have been written by either man or woman. He opened the flap and pulled out the single sheet. "Dear Aunt Anne, Uncle has no right to force us to marry against our wills. We're leaving. You best tell him to leave our money alone, because we know how much is in the bank. Don't come looking for us." There was no signature. Charles glanced up and met his mother's gaze. "They're gone," she said. "All 3 of them." "I'm sure they've gone to Luke," Mrs. Lancaster said. "Who's Luke?" Charles handed the letter back to the woman. "Luke Hamlin. He's their older half-brother. The girl's mother was a widow with a son when my brother-in-law married her. When she died, there was a falling out. Luke went out west to seek his fortune. I found this in Frances's things. It had slid under the dresser." Mrs. Lancaster handed him another letter. It was short and dated 6 months earlier. This one was obviously written by a man and signed Luke. "Do you think he's settled enough to care for 3 younger sisters?" Charles asked. "If he hasn't been exaggerating," Mrs. Lancaster sighed. "I don't want to force them back. What William's doing is wrong, but I'm worried about the girls' safety. I wonder if the Pinkerton agency would let me hire you." "Hire me?" "Yes. Don't you guard things? People?" Charles understood then what she was asking. "I'm not sure your nieces would appreciate a strange man guarding them on their trip." "I was thinking you could just watch over them. They might be perfectly safe, but I would feel much better if there was a capable person making sure no one tried to take advantage of them or harm them in any way." "Where in Wyoming are they headed?" Charles asked. "A place called Lilac City. It's in the northern part of the state." Charles rubbed the back of his neck, thinking. If the brothers' ranch had been in the southern part of the state, the sisters might be safe enough. A northern route meant stops in rough towns. "I do have some money of my own that my husband doesn't know about. I'm not sure what you usually charge." Mrs. Lancaster pulled out a little pocketbook. Charles glanced at his mother and knew he had to take this job. It was a good thing he'd already received his pay from Pinkerton and hadn't taken it to the bank yet. "I need you to know that I've decided to leave the Pinkerton agency. I was planning to head out to San Francisco at the invitation of a friend about a job there. Since I'll be passing by Wyoming anyway, I'll be happy to watch out for your nieces." "Oh, thank you." For a second, he was afraid she was going to throw her arms around him, but she got control of herself before she did. "You said they've already left? Which train?" Mrs. Lancaster handed him another piece of paper. This one a crumpled train schedule with a time circled in pencil. Charles pulled out his pocket watch. They hadn't left yet. "I'd best hurry if I'm going to get packed in time to catch the train." Chapter 2. It wasn't the first time Maude had traveled by train. They'd visited their grandfather once in New York City, and Maude had attended finishing school there. This, however, was the first time she'd made this trip without a man as protection. Hopefully they wouldn't get the attention of the awful mashers who tended to accost unaccompanied females. She could hardly count Frances as a guard, even though she carried a rifle. It was ridiculous. Her sister had been true to her word. Her slender frame was too lean to be considered a man, but she did look like a strapping youth
tall and slender. She also had a menacing attitude. Anytime a man would look at either Maude or Doris, Frances would finger the rifle and stare him down. How she could possibly keep that up over the days it would take them to travel to Wyoming, Maude had no idea. She'd paid for their tickets. The three of them waited just inside the door for the train, their trunk to the side. It had taken all three of them to sneak it out of their uncle's house. "I think that man is watching us," Doris said softly. She lifted one gloved finger and surreptitiously pointed to a tall man on the other side of the room. He wore simple clothing made of quality fabric, indicating that he wasn't poor. Something about the way he held himself with his hat in his hands made Maude think of a policeman. His jacket covered a bulge that was probably a pistol. He didn't wear a pin identifying him as a lawman. She'd read The Virginian and found it quite entertaining, but she didn't know how much of the novel she should believe as realistic. Frances had stiffened at her sister's comment. She shifted and tried to stare down the man. He watched her for a second with mild interest, and then the corner of his mouth quirked up. Was he trying to bite back a smile? Had he seen through their charade already? His gaze shifted to Maude's. He did smile then, and touched a finger to his forehead. An unexpected shiver raced through her. It was rather pleasant, and her cheeks warmed. She looked down, wishing that Frances would quit staring at the handsome man. She was bound to realize he'd decided she was no threat to him. That was sure to get the girl's hackles up. Maude slid her hand through her brother's arm while sending the stranger a pleading look. Maude would not have dared had she not judged him to be a man of some substance. She could only hope he was a gentleman, and not a man who preyed on unprotected females. "Frances," Maude whispered, "please don't make a scene. I don't like the way he's looking at us." "Did Uncle send him?" Doris rose from the trunk. "I doubt he's even awake yet." Maude released Frances's arm and went to calm Doris. Of the three of them, she was probably the one least prepared to deal with what was before them. Maude wished they'd had time to communicate with Luke to find out about his living situation. What if he had a sod house or something else similarly rustic? But no, that couldn't be the case. Wyoming wasn't one of the prairie states. She'd heard that the southern part of the state had a lot of desert. She didn't want to think about cooking on an open fire. Maude liked their modern conveniences. Frances was still trying to stare down the man, but it wasn't working because he'd pulled out a newspaper and held it open in front of him. It presented a barrier between him and her younger sister, but he could still watch Maude. What did that mean? Was he with the police? Could Uncle William force them to return to his home? No, that wouldn't make sense. Why would he threaten to kick them out of his home if he meant to force them back? Well, they had chosen to kick themselves out. She could not imagine him paying to have a man of the law track them down now. Maude rubbed her temple. It was going to be a very long trip. Charles had to pull a few strings in order to be assigned the same compartment as the Lancaster sisters. He still carried his Pinkerton badge. It didn't give him a twinge to his conscience to use it, since his former employer wouldn't have received Charles's letter of resignation yet. When he'd first seen them, he hadn't been sure the three of them were women. That girl, she had to be Frances, had a real gift for changing her looks. The way she carried herself with a casual slouch had made him think her a youth. But upon closer examination, something he'd learned well as an agent, her cheeks were too soft and free of hair. Even a young man slow to come into his beard would have had more facial hair. The girl also carried that rifle like she knew which end was which. Charles had the distinct impression that she'd be happy to use it on him, and he liked her already for it. Seeing how attractive they were, even the boy, Charles was glad he'd taken the job. Traveling alone, they were bound to catch the attention of unsavory men. Charles positioned himself so he'd be able to help with their trunk. He imagined the younger sister would likely insist that, as their brother, he could handle it. A sassy gal she might be, but she was still a woman. As soon as the train's whistle blew to signal it was time to board, he moved. Frances stepped toward the trunk, but Charles got there first. "Oh, no," the dark-haired beauty who had to be Maude said, coming to him. "We'll take that." "I've got it." He hefted it to his shoulder and nodded to the train. "Just tell me which compartment is yours." "I'll take it." Frances reached as though she meant to take it from him. She was tall for a woman, but nowhere near his height. The girl really had spunk. "Help with the other bags." Charles indicated the people who were boarding. "Really, you don't want to miss your train." Both Maude and Frances huffed, but the younger woman picked up a carpet bag. She led the way and was the first to find their compartment. As soon as Frances had put her bags inside, she came out with her rifle ready. She jerked her head at the room. "In there." Charles set the trunk in the middle of the small space, tipped his hat, and left. Frances practically slammed the door in his face, which made him smile. This was going to be an interesting assignment. The young women started talking immediately, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. Not that he would eavesdrop them necessarily. He waited outside the compartment until the train had pulled away from the station. The ladies must be sighing with relief that they'd managed to escape without their uncle coming after them. Not that he would pursue them, from what Mrs. Lancaster had said. Charles wanted to be situated in the cabin before the conductor arrived to check their tickets, so he tapped on the door. Frances opened it and allowed the rifle to peek through the opening. "What do you want?" "It appears this is also my compartment." He held up his ticket. She snatched it from his hand. A look of alarm crossed her face, and she glanced over her shoulder at her sisters. "I'm sorry, is there a problem?" Maude asked, stepping forward. "He says his seat is in this compartment," Frances hissed. "It's on my ticket." Charles tried to point to the spot on the paper, but the girl pulled it away. As he'd expected, it didn't take long before the conductor opened the door to their car. "Is there a problem?" the man asked when he saw Charles. "I'm just trying to take my seat." He took back his ticket and showed it to the conductor. The man nodded and looked at Maude, asking, "Tickets?" She turned back to her reticule and retrieved 3 of them. "Have a nice trip." The man started to turn away. "Wait," Frances cried. "He can't sit in here." The conductor looked at her over the top of his glasses. "He can with that ticket." He then moved to the next compartment. "This is most irregular." Frowning, Maude stepped back so Charles could enter. "Sometimes traveling by train does provide interesting opportunities to meet new people." He slid his bag under the bench and sat down. From Mrs. Lancaster's description, the blonde sister who slid into a corner farthest away from him had to be Doris. Frances took a menacing position on his bench. She laid the rifle across her lap so it pointed toward him. Charles leaned back, tipped his hat to cover his face, and pretended to go to sleep. "What are we going to do now?" one of them whispered, probably the blonde, since the voice was softer and more timid. "We'll have to make the best of it," Maude said. "I thought we were going to have this compartment to ourselves." Frances shifted on the seat beside him. Charles had to work to keep his breathing slow and steady. He hoped she really did know how to handle that rifle. He'd hate to be shot on accident. Or on purpose,
considering the look she'd given him. "Why didn't you think to buy a fourth ticket?" Frances hissed. "I've never had to purchase train tickets before. Father always took care of it," Maude said in a loud whisper, her voice tightening at the mention of her late father. "I never dreamed he'd sell the other seat to a stranger." "I don't know if I can sleep with that man in our cabin," Doris said. Charles found it fascinating that the women could have been raised in the same house and be so close in age, while so different in temperament. He found he liked the Lancaster ladies, from Maude, with her calm maturity, to quiet, insecure Doris. Still, in spite of Frances's feisty nature, a girl passing herself off as a boy was insufficient as their only defense. Maude sighed. "It's not what I would have wanted either." "I'll stand guard," Frances said. "You can't stay awake all night and day." Charles was getting a crick in his neck, so he shifted, but kept the hat in place over his eyes. The women had stilled at his movement and waited a few minutes before speaking again. "How can we sleep in here with a strange man?" Doris whispered. "I don't know," Maude said. "I understood there were to be berths included in the compartment." At the worry in her voice, Charles decided he had to say something. He'd been debating whether or not to tell them the complete truth. He stretched his arms above his head and straightened. "Did I hear you ask where you'll sleep?" He removed his hat. Frances had shifted her rifle in his direction again. "Miss Lancaster, please stop pointing that at me." Charles pushed the barrel of the rifle down. The young woman sputtered, her face flushing. "I don't recall giving you our names, sir," Maude said, rising. "That's because you didn't. Your Aunt Anne did." "What?" Frances cried, jumping to her feet. "Please, let me explain." Charles stood, his hands raised in supplication. But when the girl tried to point the rifle at him again, he'd had enough. He appreciated a little spunk, but she was taking it too far, and he didn't want someone to get hurt. He said, "If you can't handle that rifle like an adult, Frances, I'm going to take it away from you." The girl narrowed her eyes, her whole body giving away her intention. He'd faced enough strong men in his years as an agent that it took little effort to pull the rifle from her hands. She looked about to jump him, but her older sister moved between them. Maude turned her back on Frances and faced him, while Doris stared at them with wide eyes. "Explain yourself, sir," Maude said, her spine rigid. It seemed Frances wasn't the only Lancaster sister with a backbone. She was a pretty little thing, too. Charles pinched the bridge of his nose. He should not be thinking that about her. "If you ladies will take your seats, I'll be happy to explain." Frances, of course, looked like she wanted to argue, but Maude hissed something to her. The girl threw herself onto the bench, and Charles couldn't help feeling a little sorry for their brother, who doubtless had no idea what was coming his way. Once the ladies were settled, he sat as well. "My name is Charles Merrick." He removed his badge and showed it to Maude. "You're a Pinkerton agent?" She looked stunned, as did Doris, while Frances continued to glare at him. "Technically, I still am, though I've sent in my resignation. I was planning to travel to San Francisco when your aunt approached me with a job offer." "A job offer?" Frances asked, her tone disbelieving. "Yes, I've been hired by your aunt, Mrs. Anne Lancaster, to see that the three of you safely reach your brother's ranch in Wyoming." "How could she hire you so quickly?" Doris asked. "Your aunt is good friends with my mother, and they'd already spoken about your situation." Charles didn't mention that his mother had also suggested that he marry one of them. "This is our adventure." Frances looked at him, her expression sullen, arms folded as she glared at him. "I'm not taking orders from a man." "I'm not here to boss you around. I'm merely here to make sure you arrive safely in your brother's care." It didn't really matter if the three young women agreed or not. They weren't his employers. However, he hoped they would cooperate, because active resistance always made the job harder. The three women looked at each other with questioning expressions. Maude then studied him. He forced his face to remain placid, but it suddenly seemed very important to him that the beauty found him acceptable. A kink started in his back, but he refused to move. He didn't want to look uneasy. Finally, she nodded. "All right, Mr. Merrick. Wasn't that your name?" Charles nodded. "We must send Aunt Anne a note of thanks," Doris said. "And let Uncle know where to find us?" Frances looked at her sisters incredulously. "Perhaps your mother would be kind enough to forward a letter from us to our aunt," Maude said. "I'm sure she'd be happy to." Doris leaned over to whisper something to Maude. She heaved out a sigh and turned to Charles again. "My sister has rightly questioned the appropriateness of your sleeping in our compartment, Mr. Merrick." "It has 4 beds, ma'am." He rose and reached over their heads to release the portion of the wall that pulled down into a bed. "There's one here and one above your sister. I'll take the one nearest the door." Before they could argue with him, Charles pushed on. "For this leg of the journey, the train doesn't stop for food. I've already made arrangements for a table for us for dinner. I don't know if you paid attention to our route, but we'll be changing trains in Alliance, Nebraska. From that point on, we'll have to take our meals at hotels near the train station during stops." "You've got some nerve, mister, trying to tell us how to run our own trip." Frances was trying to glare at him eye to eye, but hers only came to his chin. "Frances, please sit down," Maude said, her voice sharp. Doris was able to calm the youngest Lancaster enough to sit down. Maude rose and went to the door, saying to Charles, "Might we step outside for a word?" "Of course." He opened it and said over his shoulder to Frances, "Be sure to lock it behind us." "I didn't need you to tell me that," she cried as she leapt to her feet. Once the door closed behind them, he said, "I'm afraid if I were to die and your sister given the responsibility to let me through the pearly gates, I wouldn't be allowed into heaven." "She does feel everything keenly," Maude said with a sigh, while giving him a sympathetic glance. "Now, Mr. Merrick, I'd prefer not to have our conversation here in the hallway, so let's go to the dining car. I believe they may sell some snacks that we can bring back to your sisters." She nodded, and he offered her his arm. They had to walk through 2 cars before they reached their destination. "Where will those people sleep?" she asked when they'd left the open car. "Because this is a Pullman, those benches will make into beds. Just like in our compartment, above them there's also a bed. They just won't have the same privacy." Charles indicated an empty table and held her chair for her. "All those strangers sleeping out in the open." Maude shook her head. "It was wise of you to upgrade your tickets." A porter came to their table with 2 menus. As she read it, her face flushed. She set it down. Charles wondered if they were strapped for cash. He resisted the temptation to pat his money belt. "You did plan for food on your trip, didn't you?" he asked, his voice low. "We had to pool our pen money and Frances's savings." Maude looked tired and overwhelmed, wringing her hands. Charles wished he were in a position to offer her comfort. She said, "You must think us terribly irresponsible, me especially. But you must remember that our father only died a few weeks ago. We're still grieving." He covered her hand with his, and it stilled. "I do understand, and I sympathize. I was hired to help you on your journey. I'll cover whatever you can't." "No!" She started to pull back her hand, but he didn't release it. Either your aunt or your brother will reimburse me. Have no fear." Charles gave her hand a gentle squeeze and let it go. He picked up the menu. "This is a little formal for most of our meals, so I suggest we get breakfast and lunch from the cart that a porter will bring around. Let's save dinner for here." "It costs too much," Maude insisted. "According to the schedule, this leg of the trip is a day and a half. We'll only dine here once. After that, we'll probably be eating boxed meals we'll buy during our stops. Enjoy this little luxury while you can." When the porter returned, Charles ordered some graham wafers to take back with them. "I know this is awkward for all of us," he said when the man had gone. "We'll make the best of it. In 4 days, you'll be with your brother. Have you notified him of your coming?"
"We sent him a letter." Charles had no idea how timely the mail was in northern Wyoming.
"Perhaps we'd best send him a telegram the first opportunity. His ranch may not be close to the train station. He'll need advance warning so he can have someone there to meet you."
Maude's expression went blank. "I never considered that."
Yes, it was a good thing Charles had accepted the job. These women would have been sitting ducks for any predator.
Chapter 3. Charles Merrick wasn't anything at all what Maude had expected when she'd first seen him at the station. Knowing they were concerned about propriety, he'd acquired a blanket to hang between the two benches. He'd put it nearest his seat to provide more room on the other side. Then he'd removed the mattress from the top bunk and put it on the floor for Frances, so she could sleep near her sisters. Maude had found it a kind gesture. Any time one of them needed to leave the compartment, Mr. Merrick would accompany them as a guard. Every time he left, he reminded them to lock the door. It was driving Frances crazy. "He's got some nerve," she said when he'd left with Doris to escort her to the privy. "We decided I was going to be the guard. He stole my job." "I think it's rather sweet." Maude set down the book she'd been trying to read. "He doesn't have to be so diligent." "That's right, he doesn't." Frances paused in her pacing, her eyes narrowed. "So why would he do that? Does he think he's going to get some extra money out of Luke? Isn't it enough that he's convinced Aunt Anne to pay him to go on a trip out west that he was going to go on anyway?" "It's not like that." "And how do you know?" Frances crossed her arms and tapped her foot impatiently. Maude heaved out a breath. So much of her confidence in the man came from feelings. She didn't know how to explain why she felt they needed to trust him, but she had to try. "Watch him, Frances. I know what it looks like when someone is worried, and Mr. Merrick is worried about us. He's on his guard constantly." Maude picked up her book again. "I woke again last night and thought to straighten my bedding. I barely moved before he'd sat up on his bed." "That doesn't prove anything." Maude had known Frances would respond like that. Her sister was angry because her position had been rendered useless. It insulted her dignity, and she was never one to forgive easily anyway. "Well, I trust him." Maude lifted her book and pretended to read. "You used to trust me." Her sister's voice came out sad. "Frances." Maude put down the book and signaled her sister to join her on the bench. "This trip is requiring the three of us to do things we've never done before. Mr. Merrick is older than we are and experienced in the world. He couldn't have been a Pinkerton agent without having seen a lot of things, bad things, that Father protected us from. You would have done your best to protect us, but you're not a man. He has strength. I have more brains than men do." Frances jumped to her feet again, her face red. "I'll pit mine against any man's any day." And I'm sure you'll show them up just fine. But I'm not talking about pitting your wits against those of a man. Maude hadn't wanted to bring up the looks they'd received from a couple of men in the open car. They weren't dirty cowboys, but they weren't sophisticated businessmen like the ones who would come to their father's business dinners either. These men wore fashionable clothes, but carried an air about them that was almost greasy, if she had to choose a word to describe it. They made her feel as though they knew what she looked like under her dress. "I'm talking about something else," she said softly. "Something ugly." "I'm not ignorant." Frances flopped down on the bench. She had refused to don a dress and still pretended to be a boy. "I know there are men out there who take advantage of girls, like that maid at the Llewellyn house." "You knew about that?" "You hear a lot of things hanging out in the stables, a lot more than you do in the drawing room." "Oh, Frances," Maude covered her sister's restless hand. "I would have spared you that." "I don't want to be spared." The girl made a disgusted sound. "I want to know things, and not be forced to go through life pretending that stuff like that doesn't happen. I think it's bad for women. Girls get taken advantage of because no one warns them. That's what happened to the maid. Her name was Sally, by the way. Her brother worked in our stables. Mr. Llewellyn was the father of her baby. He let his wife kick her out on the street, saying she wouldn't have any harlot living under her roof. And what about her adulterous husband? It's wrong." Maude hadn't heard that much of the story, only that one of the maids had gotten with child out of wedlock and had been fired. "He did nothing for her?" "They were going to just send her away until the baby was born. But I told Jimmy, he's her brother, that Mr. Llewellyn ought to take care of his kid. I said his wife might be real interested in seeing the note he gave Sally." Frances grinned, looking inordinately proud. "And they did contact him?" "He sure did. Paid for her to go to a home for unwed mothers and gave her a letter of recommendation for a job as long as she never came back to Indianapolis again." Frances stretched her legs out in front of her, crossed her ankles, and folded her arms. The mannerism reminded Maude of Mr. Merrick, and she winced. She didn't want him showing her sister how to look more convincing as a man. "I agree, it's not fair," Maude said. "But you must also agree with me that there are many things the three of us have no experience with. It makes us vulnerable. I, for one, am glad for his company. I've already written a letter to Aunt Anne thanking her for hiring him." Frances tilted her head to look at Maude, her grin sly now. "He's not bad-looking either, is he?" "Nah, don't you go shaking your head at me. I've seen how you look at him." Maude's cheeks flamed. Had she been that obvious? She chose not to dignify the remark, simply lifting her chin and giving her sister a flat look. The man was very attractive. Charles Merrick fairly reeked with masculinity. A woman would have to be blind not to notice. That, however, was not what appealed to Maude the most. It was how caring and considerate he was. Their father had been a loving man, but not particularly thoughtful, and their uncle had been a heartless, selfish beast of a man. Charles was so different from both of them. "You're thinking about him right now, aren't you?" Frances crowed. "Look at that grin." "Stop it." Maude rose and stomped to the door. "It's all right that you like him." Her sister's voice had gone soft, full of understanding. "No, it's not." Maude turned to look at Frances. "Please don't tease me about it in front of him. It's only a silly crush. If he knows of it, I'll appear ridiculous to him." "If he thinks that, then he's the one who's ridiculous. Any man would be happy to have you for his wife." "Please don't say things like that. We've only known the man for 2 days," even though Maude wished she'd known him longer. A rap at the door signaled his return. Maude startled and scurried back. Grinning, Frances went to unlock it while Maude took her seat again. She picked up the book she'd cast aside and pretended to read it. Doris came in to sit beside her and frowned. With a bemused expression, she gently took the book and turned it over. Maude's cheeks burned, but she didn't look at her sister. The conductor said we should arrive in Alliance in a little over an hour. Charles pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time. He said our connecting train won't leave until tomorrow morning, so we'll need to get a hotel room. Will it be expensive? Doris asked, her expression worried. She'd already pulled out the coin purse from her reticule. Don't worry, dear. We have enough for this. Maude exchanged glances with Charles, and he gave a slight nod. What would she have done if he had not agreed to accompany them? How she wished she'd met him in different circumstances, perhaps at one of her father's business parties. She could imagine what it would have been like. He'd have arrived with his mother at the invitation of Aunt Anne. Charles would have been formally dressed and looking, oh, so handsome. But no. By the time Maude had come out, Charles had already been traveling the country as an agent.
You'll want to check around the compartment to make sure you don't forget anything, Charles said. Miss Maude, might I have a word with you?
He rose and went to the door. Of course. She followed him into the corridor, wondering what was wrong.
I spoke with the conductor, Charles said, and he told me there are quite a few people changing trains in Alliance.
Is that a problem? Maude brought her hands to her stomach.
Only if we have trouble getting a hotel room.
He gave her a meaningful glance. Oh, dear. You mean we might be forced to share one like we have with the compartment?
Exactly. I wanted to make sure you understood and not think I'm trying to take advantage of the situation. I suggest we introduce me as a cousin.
Charles covered her hands with his, and she looked up at him.
I will do everything in my power to protect your reputations. The West is a much more lenient place, but it's also wilder than you're used to, though it is becoming more civilized. I'm mostly familiar with southern Wyoming, so I'm not sure what to expect where your brother's ranch is.
Maude was finding it difficult to make sense of his words. So befuddled was her mind at his touch. How embarrassing if he were to realize how it made her heart race. He'd think her a foolish child.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Charles released her hands and took her shoulders instead. She stared into his face, and her heart swelled. His brown eyes held such concerned regard. How was it possible that a man she'd known for 2 days could have become dear to her? Maude wished again that they'd met under different circumstances. She told herself she was being ridiculous. It didn't matter that they'd spent more time in each other's company than if he'd been courting her for 2 months.
Maude, you're not making this any easier.
I don't understand. She met his fierce gaze and saw something unfamiliar in it. It thrilled and frightened her. Her lips parted, her breathing more rapid.
Don't look at me like that.
His voice had turned rough, and he dropped his hands. Like what? Charles took a step back and rubbed his face, muttering something that sounded like, "She's a job." It made no sense. Maude's only experience with men had come from social functions and a few gentlemen callers, where she'd always been closely chaperoned. She wasn't stupid, though. She sensed that Mr. Merrick might be attracted to her, and it was creating a problem for him. She was creating a problem. Her cheeks went warm, and she struggled to push down a sense of satisfaction, such as she'd never experienced before. This man of the world found her, what? A distraction. Her spirits dropped. What she'd said to Frances was correct. Maude was being foolish. She had no wish to be a problem and forced herself to behave as a proper young woman should. Mr. Merrick, are you telling me that we must be extra conscious of our safety?
Yes, that's it exactly. Thank you.
Charles met her gaze for an instant before shifting it to the wall behind her.
There are plenty of men who would try to take advantage of you. And your sisters. I need the three of you to stay close to me. They've had a big influx of newcomers since the Kincaid Act last year that allowed claims of 640 acres. It's brought a lot of unsavory types.
How do you know so much if you haven't been here before? She asked.
What makes you think I haven't been to Alliance before? My work's taken me all over the country.
My mistake.
It's not your mistake.
Charles met her gaze then, his voice taking on an almost sad note.
I've just been to a lot of places.
And never called any of them home? Maude had never considered before that a life of adventure might be a lonely one. Did he ever wish that he'd made a different career choice? I will be sure Doris and Frances understand your concerns. Maude sighed. Especially Frances.
Charles grinned. One thing your little sister has is pluck. But I'll be more than happy to pass off responsibility to your brother.
Maude blinked at the unexpected prickle at the back of her eyes. She understood him completely. He couldn't wait to be free of them. Well, she would do nothing to stop that from happening as soon as possible. As you say, she spun around and went back into the compartment. Charles rubbed his face. He'd never before met a woman who could distract him when he was on a job, or made him wish he'd followed a different line of work. He'd seen other agents fall into the trap and hadn't had any sympathy for them. Now he felt a little sorry for not having understood. He was used to his mother's high society acquaintances and the spoiled women she thought would make good wives for him. Maude was different. Maybe he'd spent too much time around rabble-rousers and criminals and the women who associated with them. Charles couldn't remember a woman ever looking at him quite like Maude had just done. He'd rescued plenty of women, and some had developed a kind of hero worship of him. It'd been embarrassing, and he'd made sure to get clear of them right away. Maude was different. She made him want things he'd never wanted before. The softness of her eyes flooded his mind. What if he'd given in to the temptation to take her into his arms? She would have slapped him, and rightfully so. Maude trusted him. If he'd given in and kissed her, she'd have taken it to mean something it couldn't. It would have been a betrayal of her trust in him. He'd only known her a few days, but he knew what he was thinking. Had he been introduced at one of his mother's parties in Indianapolis, he would have asked to take her driving or to the theater. He would have considered courting her. Him. 3 days. All he had to do was get through 3 more days with the Lancaster girls. And then he was off to San Francisco and the job opportunity he'd been waiting all his adult life for. It was simple. Charles straightened his hair and went back into the compartment to help them with their trunk. Chapter 4. Maude found herself drawing closer to Charles as the 4 made their way to the hotel with the luggage. Even though he carried the trunk on one shoulder, he was trying to watch the people around them. It was everything he'd said, busy and chaotic. The congestion of the people coming off the train made it worse.
Sorry there are so many saloons between the station and the hotel,
Charles said. Frances scanned the crowd, as alert as Maude had ever seen her. One man came too close to Frances. She gave him a shove with her shoulder and pointed her rifle at him. When the man moved as though to come at her, Charles swung around and stared him down. The man muttered something and moved on.
"Did he touch you?"
Charles asked Frances. "No, but I thought he was going to." "How much farther do we have to go?" Maude asked, her stomach a tight knot. To the side, a saloon door burst open and a man came stumbling out. He flung out his arms as he fell forward and wrapped them around Doris. She'd barely let out a squeak when he was trying to press his lips on hers. Charles dropped the trunk. He leapt over it to pull her from the man's arms and stood between them. Maude and Frances moved to her side. "Hey," the drunk cried. "I found her first. Go get your own fancy woman." He tried to grab Doris again. Charles's arm moved so fast, Maude barely realized he'd hit the man. He flew to the ground on his back and brought his hand to his face. "Don't you ever talk to a lady like that again." Charles waved to Maude and her sisters to move on. He hefted the trunk to his shoulder and followed them. "Are you all right?" Maude asked Doris as they walked. Doris gave a quick nod, but tears were running down her cheeks. Maude glanced at Frances, whose lips were pinched, her face red. "I got an extra blanket that I'll hang to give you ladies privacy," Charles said as Frances led him into the hotel room. "I'll take the spot here closest to the door." Maude and Doris sat close together on the bed, still looking a little shaken. He'd tried to warn them. Alliance had become quite a cattle town, and it was brimming with rough cowboys looking for a little fun. It was not a place that Charles would have brought them by choice. "Show me how you did that," Frances said, coming up to him. "I'm not going to teach you fisticuffs." He handed her one end of the blanket. "Help me hang this." "I need to know how to defend us." Maude rose and retrieved a chair for her sister to stand on. "You don't have the muscles or the weight to take on a full-grown man, especially one who's drunk." Charles gave Frances a stern look. "I mean it. Those men work hard all day and they're strong. They also fight a lot amongst themselves, so they're experienced. The best thing you ladies can do to defend yourselves is not put yourself in a situation where you need to." "What would we have done if we hadn't had you with us?" Maude asked. "And now you know why your aunt was so concerned that you not try to make the trip alone." Charles stepped down from his chair and examined the blanket. "And why I couldn't turn down the job." Maude gave him that admiring look again, and he glanced away. Frances was staring at them, wearing a considering expression. That one didn't miss anything. "The blanket is the best we can do, but you will have privacy to change your clothes. I paid extra for our dinner to be brought up to our room. It's likely that the other patrons here, the troublemakers anyway," Charles said, "will be up late tonight. I'm counting on a safer walk back to the train station in the morning." "I still want to know what you did to that man who grabbed Doris." Frances insisted. "I'm not talking about being able to hit him with my fist. You did something with his hand." "It's a way of restraining someone." Charles let out a breath, remembering the terrified look on Doris's face when the drunk cowboy had tried to kiss her. It'd been quite satisfying to break the man's nose for not knowing the difference between a lady and a trollop. "Maybe sometime later. I'm tired and have a feeling it's going to be a long night." It brought him no satisfaction that he was right. The noise of the frolickers out on the street hadn't stopped until well after 3 a.m. From the rustling of the girls on the other side of the blanket, he knew the noise had kept them from sleeping as well. He hoped they could get some rest on the train. They were a bleary foursome as they made their way back to the station the next morning. Fortunately, they found a place to eat that was open nearby and grabbed a bite. Charles insisted on ordering additional rolls in case they got hungry between stops. On this leg of the trip, they'd not been able to get a compartment. He pushed his way forward as soon as they were able to board and laid claim on 2 benches facing each other. "That was rather rude," Doris muttered as she took a seat across from him. "It was," Charles agreed as he stored their bags under the seats. "But I wanted the 4 of us together,
and it looks like this will be a full ride. It'll probably thin out once we get past Cheyenne. You need to show me how you got so good at pushing past people, Frances said once the train was moving. I don't think you're ever going to be large enough to do it well. Show me how you did that hand thing with the little stick then. She held out her hand. I saw you carrying it when we left for the hotel, but I never thought you could use it as a weapon. You couldn't use it against someone with a gun. Charles removed the stick, fatter and wider than a pointless fountain pen, from his inside pocket. My friends and I needed to find a way to defend ourselves without the risk of things turning lethal. Notice it's just a little wider than my clenched fist. So you can use either end. Exactly. When I think I might need it, I slide my hand through the string. That makes it harder for somebody to take it from me. With my fist closed and both ends of the stick protruding, I have those and my knuckles to use as weapons. But you can use your knuckles just as well. For someone small like you, you'd need to disable the hand trying to grab you. He took her hand. Make a fist. See the small bones on the top of your hand? They're really sensitive. Charles rapped the top of her hand with his knuckles. Ouch! Frances jerked back her hand. That is quite enough, Maude said, her eyes flashing. Charles paused, captivated by how attractive she was when she was angry. He didn't hit me hard, but it hurt. Frances held out her hand for her sister. See, there's not even a red mark. Let me try it on you. She reached for his hand. But pretend I'm a stranger who's grabbed you. Charles took her left wrist. No, Maude said. Let him show her. Doris leaned closer, her cheeks flushing. I don't want to feel completely helpless. Charles looked at Maude for permission. She scowled and her lips were thin, but she nodded. Use your knuckles and you can give a light rap on the bones. Be sure to pull your hand back quickly so your attacker can't grab it with his other hand. Frances gave his hand a sharp rap, sending pain tingling up his arm. He released her wrist and rubbed at the tender spot. Sorry, she said with a sheepish but pleased expression. I think I hit you harder than you hit me. You can also just dig your knuckles into the small bones if he won't release you with a simple rap. The most important thing you can do once the guy lets you go is to get away. May I try? Doris asked. Do it on me, Frances said to her sister. As the sisters practiced on each other, Charles glanced at Maude. She didn't look happy, but her expression wasn't so severe. It really is a good thing for a woman to know, he said softly. I know you ladies like being able to walk around unescorted, but that's brought on the Masher menace. Sadly, those men are everywhere. You're correct there, Maude said. I had the misfortune of meeting one on a trolley a few months ago. No, did you? Frances asked. I'm so sorry. Doris put her arm around her sister. Was it very bad? He made me extremely uncomfortable, and when he tried to touch me... Maude's cheeks flushed a bright pink, and she looked down at her hands. Inappropriately, I stabbed him with my hat pin. Good for you, Charles cried at the same time Frances said the same. They grinned at each other. Did he stop? Doris asked. Yes, but I was quite nervous when he tried to get off the trolley at the same stop I did. I was afraid he would follow me home. The driver, however, must have seen it and refused to let him off. Then you can see why learning to defend yourself is important, Charles said, wishing he'd been there that day. He'd like to have shown the man how to treat a lady. It's necessary even in big cities. But it's sure to be useful if you're living on a ranch surrounded by cowboys. Not all of them know their manners. A hat pin is an excellent weapon. Tell us more about how to defend ourselves, Frances said. Make sure you always carry your parasol with you. A sharp stab onto his foot or chest will discourage most mashers. He winked at them. Wasn't it Theodore Roosevelt who said that, regardless of how courageous the men might be, none like to face a resolute woman with a hatpin in her hand? Yes, Maude said, her expression finally lightening. It was memory of that quote that made me think of using my own. I do wish it wasn't necessary. And I wish it wasn't necessary for me to track down lawbreakers, Charles said, or to be required to take on jobs of escorting ladies across the country. Maude smiled, and warmth flooded through him. She said, I fear we truly didn't know what we were getting involved in with this adventure. I am thankful you decided to accept our aunt's job offer. So was he. To Maude, the next 3 days turned out to be the strangest combination of wonderful days and terrible ones. Charles had been correct that the railways would be full of rough men, but there were also families who were traveling. The 4 of them made sure to stay in a car that had children. The rough men tended to seek other cars than ones filled with squalling children. In Cheyenne, they met a family who was also traveling to Lilac City. Mr. Teague had been working there for a year and had finally been able to get a home to accommodate his wife and 4 children. Do you know a Mr. Luke Hamblin? Maude asked him as she helped calm one of the younger children while Mrs. Teague cared for another one. Mr. Hamblin of the Lucky L Ranch? Maude exchanged glances with Frances. That's what he named it, she said with a nod. He's our brother. So you're coming for a visit? Mr. Teague asked. We're coming to live there, Frances said. Maude sent her sister a disapproving scowl, but she only shrugged. If Mr. Teague lives in Lilac City, he's going to find out about us soon enough. I'm sorry, Maude said. My brother's manners are lacking. Mr. Teague arched his brows and glanced at Frances with a knowing look. Maude wondered how many others had seen through her sister's ruse. She'll fit right in then, Mr. Teague said, and Frances only narrowed her eyes when he referred to her as a she. He said, I grew up in New York, and Wyoming is a much different place. People aren't all manner-fied like they are back east. Which my husband warns me can be both good and bad, Mrs. Teague said as she sat beside her husband again. Maude thought of the ill-bred mashers they'd already had to deal with. She glanced at Doris, who was listening. Her brows creased. She was even more the lady than Maude, and was likely to find it difficult to live in a place with rough manners. Have no fear, Miss Doris, Mr. Teague said. If your brother runs the Lucky L, you have nothing to worry about. No one would dare to bother any of Mr. Hamlin's family. Rough some of the hands may be, but stupid they're not. Usually, his wife shot him a knowing look. You're saying they might trouble other women? Maude asked. Exactly so, and that's why my husband insisted on teaching me how to shoot, Mrs. Teague said. What is your trade, Teague? Charles asked. I've been working at old Mr. Bartholomew's dry goods store. He's a cousin who knew my father when they were young. Since he had no children of his own, he sent for me last year to train as his heir. Well, congratulations. Tell us a little about the town, Doris said. There must be something nice there and not just masher cowboys. Oh, there's plenty that's nice. There's more than one church, if that helps. Mr. Teague grinned at his wife. We have a small congregation, and then there's a Mormon colony that started up a few years back. I'm sure if you're of a mind, pretty young women like you two ought to be able to encourage some of these rough cowboys to find God. Are you mocking my sister? Frances asked, obviously offended for Doris. No, Mr. Teague raised a hand. I meant to tease. Lilac City is a town full of an interesting assortment of people, including the pious and the rabble-rousers. But there's a lot of just plain decent folk who are only trying to build a life and raise their families there.
The only reason I agreed to come, Mrs. Teague said, was because my dear husband assured me that more families are moving in every week. There's a school and a restaurant, so people can get a bite to eat without having to go into a saloon.
Don't forget the newspaper, he said.
And that brothel, his wife said, her voice pitched low enough Maude thought the words were only meant for her husband.
Yes. Well, Mr. Teague coughed and looked everywhere but at the ladies. There's also a hotel that takes care of train travelers like us. A lot of people are discovering what a beautiful place the area is. We're close to the Bighorn River, so there's plenty of water for irrigation. The worst of the hard feelings between the cattlemen and the farmers is past. Lilac City is becoming civilized.
Maude supposed every town had its seedy parts, but she was relieved to hear about the other things. It might actually be fun to help bring a little culture to such a place. She glanced up and found Charles watching her.
I hear there's more than one dude ranch, he said softly. That'll help draw attention to the area. People wanting to stay on a ranch to see what it's like won't come if a place has a reputation for being too wild. I think you'll be fine.
I hope you're right. I confess that as we've made this journey, I've been afraid it was a mistake.
Would it have been worse if you'd stayed behind and married the old man your uncle wanted you to?
Maude gave an involuntary shudder, and he chuckled. She realized that she was going to miss Charles, dreadfully. She'd found herself watching him to see his response to comments and situations. How could she have become so attached to this man in so short a time?
He was that bad, huh? Charles asked, watching her, his eyes sparkling with interest.
Yes. Maude lowered her voice. I still cannot believe our father left us in his brother's care. He has a terrible reputation around Indianapolis for unscrupulous business practices. I confess that I'm surprised he hasn't run afoul of the law. Maude rubbed her temples.
How long's it been since you've seen your brother?
Charles asked. Almost 10 years. Our mother was a widow when our father married her, and Luke was the son she brought with her. Where our father doted on us, he had no time for the son of another man, and he made it clear that Luke would receive no inheritance from him. When our mother died, Luke decided to seek his own fortunes. At first, he sent us letters through a friend of his, but Father found out and forbade us from corresponding with him.
Let me guess. Charles glanced to where Frances was playing with one of the Teague children. She did it anyway.
Yes, though not at first. It was she who suggested we come to him. I had not even considered asking Luke for help, but Frances has always idolized him.
Do you think he'll welcome you?
Charles kept his voice soft, glancing at the others who continued to chat among themselves. Oh, he must. We have no wish to be a burden on him, and I hope to help him. From his letters, it appears he's not married, so I must assume he is a housekeeper. All three of us can cook. Maude couldn't help smiling. Though it can be a bit of an adventure eating anything that Frances makes. Charles laughed, and the others wanted in on the joke. When he repeated it, in spite of Maude waving her hands that he shouldn't, Frances scowled.
Well, speaking of food, Mr. Teague said, we should be reaching the station here in a few minutes, where we can get a bite of supper. This would be a good time to send another telegram to your brother and let him know where you are, Charles said, keeping his voice soft. I'm sure he'll want to meet you when we arrive in Lilac City.
Will you move on right away? Maude couldn't help asking. Her cheeks flushed at her presumptuousness, but she found she didn't want to say goodbye to him yet.
That's my plan. I have a shot at a job in investigations. It's the opportunity I've been waiting for. He rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. Though it might be fun to check out these dude ranches and see how they do things. I used to help my grandfather who bred horses. If only he could stay for a while. Maude bit back a wishful smile. Chapter 5. Maude was tired of the constant traveling and the noise. She wanted a bath. She wanted to know Luke would be pleased to see them. "What are you so glum about this morning?" Frances asked when Maude returned from washing her face. She glanced at the Teagues, who were gathering their belongings and trying to get everything to fit back in their travel bags. "I'm just afraid Luke won't want us," Maude whispered, her worry heightened. "Even if he doesn't, he'll take us. He's our next closest relative. It's his duty." Frances closed her own bag and hurried over to help Mrs. Teague. That wasn't what Maude wanted to hear. She didn't want to foist herself and the girls on him. The three of them had inherited their father's estate, but they couldn't access any of it until they married. They were coming to him like paupers. What if Uncle refused to release any of the money to Luke for their care? He'd have the responsibility of them without any way to pay for it. What if he wasn't doing well himself? The idea of a dude ranch was doubtless a very different thing from the reality. "I hope you're not having second thoughts," Charles said, "because nothing you've told me about your uncle makes me think any of you would have been happy in the marriages he was arranging for you." Maude met his gaze, and something unfamiliar but sweet flooded through her. Why did this man have to go on to San Francisco? Was there nothing in Lilac City that might appeal to him? "I was doubting our decision, but you have reminded me why we fled in the first place." She put her hand on his arm. "Thank you." Charles took her hand and brought it to his lips. Maude's breath caught, her fingers tingling where their skin touched. "It has been my pleasure," he said, his voice rough. "I have no doubt that your brother will be happy to receive 3 such lovely ladies in his home." With a slight bow, he released her hand. He turned to Mr. Teague and picked up their toddler. "You don't want to forget this one." "He's a fine man," Doris said from behind Maude. Her cheeks went hot. Had her sister seen all that? "He is," Maude said with a sigh. "And he's traveling on to California." Lilac City was a little larger than Charles had expected. He walked with the Lancaster sisters, carrying their trunk off the train. What surprised him was the width of the streets. He'd been to Salt Lake City once, where the city had been designed with streets wide enough for a wagon team to easily turn around. It seemed the people of Lilac City must have had the same thought in mind. Never, in all the years he'd been an agent, had he been sorry to see the end of a job. As the 3 sisters craned their necks, Charles held back. He wanted to watch the reunion with their brother and be prepared in case the man didn't show up. It would also tell Charles a lot if Luke Hamblin chose to send someone else instead of coming to collect them himself. A covered surrey drove up, and a dark-haired man searched the crowd of passengers departing the train. A wagon pulled up beside the surrey, and the 2 men spoke to each other. The first one jumped down, tied up the carriage, and strode toward the station. "Luke!" Maude cried, waving her hand at him. The man grinned and opened his arms to her. She threw hers around his neck, and he embraced her, opening his hug to include Doris and Frances. Charles let out a deep sigh, both happy for them and disappointed. What would he have done if the brother hadn't welcomed them, or not welcomed them in the right way? Charles was in no position to take them on to San Francisco with him. He'd been hired to see them safely to Wyoming only. "What brings you to Lilac City, mister?" a deep, gravelly voice said from behind him. Charles turned to find himself staring up at a huge man. With a gray beard and hair, he reminded Charles of a grizzly bear, though he wore a plaid shirt and a badge. "I've been escorting the Lancaster sisters here." He pointed to where the 4 siblings were talking excitedly. "The sisters have come to stay with their brother, Luke Hamblin. I'm Charles Merritt, lately with the Pinkerton agency." "Pinkerton, huh? I'm Abe Vosberg, sheriff of Lilac City." The man gave Charles an assessing glance. "It was a wise decision to provide them with a chaperone. I hadn't heard." "Hadn't heard the sisters were coming, or that they'd have an escort?" "Oh, I knew they were coming. Everyone in town did. All Hamblin's done since he got that first telegram is talk about his sisters coming to stay with him." Vosberg grinned for the first time. "I hadn't heard the gals would have an escort." "I'm glad to hear he's excited to have them." Charles glanced at the trunk. "I suppose I should help them with their luggage." "Will you be staying long?" the sheriff asked. Charles paused, undecided. He'd been dreading this moment. His responsibility had been fulfilled, and the perfect job waited for him in San Francisco. It was time to move on. A memory of Maude's beautiful face flashed through his mind, of that connection they'd shared. He glanced at the train. The thought of boarding it and never seeing her again didn't feel right. "Is there a problem if I do stay on a bit?" he asked. "You got a badge or something?" Charles pulled the badge from his wallet. "This was a side job and not official agency business. I only submitted my resignation the day I left on this job." Vosberg handed back the badge. "I don't need no drifters hanging around and causing trouble." At the big man's words, Charles frowned. What had he done to give the man the impression he was a drifter? Charles was an educated man and had once considered studying to be a lawyer. He turned to face the big man. "Sheriff Vosberg," Charles said, "I can assure you I'm a law-abiding citizen and I have no intention of causing trouble in your town. I'd best go help the ladies load their luggage into that wagon their brother so conveniently brought along." "You do that." He spit out the side of his mouth. "And if you decide to stay for a while, come by my office." Vosberg indicated a building down the street. "I wouldn't mind jawing for a bit with someone in my line of work." "Sure thing, Sheriff." Charles approached the sisters and set the bag next to Maude. She glanced at him and smiled, her eyes alight. What if she was the woman he'd been waiting for? "You must meet our brother." She took his arm and pulled him beside her. "Luke, let me introduce you to Charles Merrick. He's the Pinkerton agent that Aunt Anne hired to escort us. He's been a lifesaver, believe me." Luke Hamblin extended his hand, and Charles took it. Her brother had the strength of a rancher, his hands calloused. "I appreciate you watching out for my sisters." The man's voice was wary. Charles guessed it shouldn't surprise him. Luke Hamblin had just taken on the responsibility for 3 beautiful sisters. He was probably the kind of man who'd hunt down anyone who mistreated them. He'd have probably made a good agent. "It was my pleasure. I was heading out west anyway." Charles tried to make light of it. "My mother is good friends with your Aunt Anne." "She's no aunt of mine," Luke muttered. "But I'm glad to have the girls with me. Do you have everything you need, Merrick?" "I do." Charles tipped his hat at the sisters. "It's been a pleasure, ladies. I wish you well." He turned to leave, but found Maude watching him. He paused. There was a question in those eyes, one that he wanted to answer in the affirmative. How he wished he didn't have the perfect job waiting for him somewhere else. He held out his hand, and she placed hers in it. A spark seemed to run from where they touched clear up his arm, and Charles felt that connection again. He bowed and had to resist the temptation to kiss her hand. He said softly, "I'll miss you." Before she could respond, he released her, spun around,
and walked back to his bag. He needed to get his ticket to San Francisco and find a hotel room for the night. Instead, he found himself heading to the sheriff's office. Chapter 6. The two cowhands who helped to put their luggage on the wagon impressed Maude with their cleanliness and pleasant manners. Luke introduced them. "Girls," he said, "this fella here is Nick Reynolds. He came to us last month from a ranch in Texas. That old coot on the wagon is Tom McDaniel. He's as old as the hills and twice as dusty." Her brother's voice softened. "And a very good friend. I couldn't have done this if not for him by my side." "Don't go talking like that again, Luke," the older man said, beating some dust off his Stetson before putting it back on his head. "Martha hears you, and she's going to start thinking I'm saintly and nagging me to go to church with her." "Martha's my housekeeper and cook," Luke said. "They're both salt of the earth." He held out a hand to Frances to help her into the surrey. She brushed past him with a cheeky grin and climbed in herself. Maude didn't miss the look of interest from the young cowboy who'd been watching. Luke took it in good form and held his hand out to Doris, who accepted it like the gracious lady she was. As she was taking her seat, an even more expensive-looking surrey pulled abreast of Luke's. "Are these your sisters, Hamblin?" the driver called out. The well-dressed man looked to be about 30, and Maude could tell by the cut of his clothes that they were expensive. She wondered if he purchased them from back east, or if someone locally had the skills. "Howdy, Breckenridge. It's good to see you." Luke extended his hand and shook the man's. "Well, are you going to introduce me?" Mr. Breckenridge asked, glancing at Doris. A look of irritation crossed Luke's face. It was one Maude remembered him directing at Father. Her brother schooled his features quickly. "Marshal Breckenridge," Luke said officiously, "may I introduce you to my sisters, Maude, Doris, and Frances Lancaster. You—" Luke gave the man a piercing look. "You will refer to each of them as Miss Lancaster." The newcomer shot Luke an equally irritated glance. There was an air of jest in their behavior toward each other, and Maude wondered what kind of dynamics existed between the two men. Had they once been friends, but something had come between them? Or were they still friends and only played at being friendly enemies? "Now, Hamblin, it would just be plain confusing to call each of these lovely ladies Miss Lancaster." Mr. Breckenridge then had the audacity to wink at Frances. She responded with a flat look while lifting her rifle and setting the butt on the seat. "It's a pleasure, ladies," Mr. Breckenridge said with a chuckle. "It's a shame you just missed our monthly dance, but plan on next month. We're always short of ladies. Have a good day and welcome to Lilac City." He gave a snap of his whip and his horses trotted away. Luke didn't say anything, but offered Maude a hand. "That was interesting," she said as she took it and stepped into the carriage. "Don't worry about Marshall. He owns a dude ranch not far from mine, and he's doing really well." Luke glanced over his shoulder to make sure Doris and Frances were settled before flicking his whip. The horses jumped ahead. "Are you doing well?" Maude asked, putting a hand to her hat with one hand and holding to the armrail with her other. "I'm doing fine. I just don't have the connections back east that Marshall does, so he has a higher-paying clientele. I have fewer snooty guests than he does, though, and I sympathize with his employees for having to put up with them." "I hope we're not going to be a burden to you," Doris said, leaning forward. "We will do everything we can to help." Luke glanced at Maude, and something in his expression told her that he meant to speak with her about it later. A niggle of worry started in her stomach. They hadn't seen him in such a long time. It'd been incredibly presumptuous of them to assume that he'd take them in. "Don't you be worrying about us," Frances said. "We're hard workers."
That's good, because there's plenty of work to do. We're a fully operational ranch that just happens to take on guests. As he went into a description of what was involved in teaching greenhorn dudes how to be cowboys, Maude found her mind drifting. The surrounding hills were very different from the lusher green fields surrounding the town. "Where does the water come from?" she asked. Luke, unfazed at the interruption, said, "Lilac City's grown up along the Bighorn River. Irrigation makes it a great place to farm and ranch." "I want to be a cowgirl," Frances said. "It's not exactly something for a lady." She poked him in the back. "Ow, what'd you do that for?" "I hated finishing school, and I think it's stupid to wear dresses. I'm wearing trousers from now on." Frances added emphasis to her words by tapping the butt of her rifle on the Surrey floor. Luke scowled and glanced to the side, his gaze landing on the younger cowman who'd helped with the luggage. "If you want to keep working for me, Reynolds—"
"No smirk intended, Mr. Hamlin. Miss Lancaster just reminds me of my sister back home is all." "You have a sister?" Frances asked. "I have two, and one of them is a tomboy like you, ma'am. Sarah would rather ride than sew, and she can shoot as good as any of my pa's men, and better'n some."
Luke rubbed his face and looked suddenly tired. "You can't really be surprised if you've been writing to her," Maude said softly. "You're right," he grinned at her. "It's so good to have you here." How selfish Maude had been. Never once over the years, when she'd been thinking about the great adventures their big brother must be having, had she ever considered how lonely he might have been for family. She vowed to make sure that she and the girls did everything in their power to help him and not be a burden. "I don't really know what's involved in running a dude ranch, but I should be able to help. I can cook and sew, and Doris does lovely needlework. Perhaps she can make some things to sell to your guests." "Maude," Luke said, pinning her with a firm look, "I can afford to keep you girls, so don't worry about it." "We just don't want to be a burden." "I appreciate that." They rode in silence for the rest of the trip to the ranch. Maude tried to take it all in. Her brother had chosen a lovely location, set at the base of a low mountain range, dotted with evergreen trees. In the late spring sun, the rolling hills were already starting to brown. She wondered how dry it would get. The air already felt drier than it did in Indiana. The ranch bustled with activity. Frances stood to see the goings-on in the corral off to the side.
"Careful there, Miss Lancaster." Nick reached over from horseback as though to give her a hand. When Frances shot him a dirty look, he shrugged. "The road's just a little rough up ahead."
The wagon hit a pothole then. As she staggered, Doris squealed, but Frances was steadier on her feet than that. She grabbed the armrail before taking her seat again. "I'm gonna get you for that," Frances said, poking Luke in the back again. "You did that on purpose." "I didn't have to, because Reynolds is right," Luke said with a chuckle. The wagon jarred again. "We've had a wet spring, and the road took a beating." He turned up a side lane with several tall trees. He pulled up before a large log cabin with a wide front porch. A plump woman stepped out, drying her hands on a big apron. She wore her graying hair in a bun on top of her head. "Welcome to the Lucky L," she said. "I'm Martha McDaniel." Luke helped Maude down, and she stepped forward, her hand extended. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Maude." The woman had a solid grip, and the beefiness of her arms hinted at strength as well as a woman who enjoyed eating. "I'm Doris," at her sister's quiet voice. Mrs. McDaniel smiled and took her hand. "And that is Frances." Luke shook his head as his youngest sister strode back toward the corral. "Reynolds, since you have experience with stubborn sisters, you'd best go keep an eye on her. If she gets hurt, you're fired."
"Yes, sir, Mr. Hamlin."
Grinning, the cowboy tipped his hat and rode back the way Frances had gone. I have to get back to work, Luke said, handing the reins to a cowboy who'd stepped forward. Mrs. McDaniel will show you around the house. Dinner will be ready in an hour. The large woman turned around and opened the front door. This way, ladies. Maude thought to reach for her bag, but another cowhand had already picked it up along with Doris's. You set on moving to California? The sheriff asked as he tipped back his chair. Why do you ask? Charles had been surprised to learn that Vosburgh was the town's only lawman. We've grown a lot the last couple of years. Once we had a church and regular preaching, word must have spread. The number of cowhands hasn't gone up, but the number of families has. Sheriff Vosburgh chewed on a toothpick. The problem now is that the people are expecting more than one man can do. More civilization? Exactly so. It was ugly here some years back. Things have settled down a lot, but tensions still run high, and I could use some help. Are you saying you're looking for a deputy? Charles had been pretty sure that had been what the older man had been leading up to. I'm looking for the right man, yes, Vosburgh said, his head nodding a little, his eyes narrowed. As soon as the man had said the words, Charles's pulse had quickened. He told himself to slow down, that his future was in San Francisco. Then why didn't it feel right anymore? The sheriff shifted his gaze to Charles and said, I'm wondering if it's you. I could use a man who's had experience with a lot of different kinds of crimes and people, someone who knows how to take care of himself. Now, you'd need to understand that compared to the kinds of cases a Pinkerton man would have worked, Lilac City would seem boring. Most of the men Charles had worked with would have considered it a step down to take a job in a small town. Was he really thinking about it? He was. It might be interesting to test out the waters in this growing community. Like Francis was so fond of saying, it was a new century. For the first time in years, Charles saw a different kind of future for himself. What would it be like to stay in one place long enough to make friends with the locals, buy land and breed horses like his grandfather, have a chance to court a woman? Imagine a pretty little filly that a Pinkerton man happened to escort here might provide incentive to stay. Charles gave a soft chuckle. You don't miss a thing, do you? In this line of work, missing something can get you dead. Don't I know it? Maude's face, as she'd said goodbye, came to Charles's mind, but he didn't say anything. His heart was pounding like he was ready to face off with a tough lowlife. Was the grizzled sheriff about to offer Charles a legitimate reason to stay? Even if his palms were sweating, he didn't want to get ahead of himself. I like you, Merrick, Vosburgh said after studying Charles. I think we could work together. I like that you're an educated man from the East. We have people moving here now who tend to look down on an old, poorly educated man like me. You don't sound uneducated. Let's just say I like to read, but I haven't had much formal education. There's a class of people moving here who think they don't have to listen to the badge. And you think they'll listen to me? I do. People have to understand they gotta follow the law, and I can make 'em do it. Don't get me wrong. My way of making 'em do it just don't tend to make 'em happy. I've never arrested anyone who was happy about it, Charles said wryly. Not everything I do here requires arresting folks. It's a matter of making sure the people follow the laws the new town council has approved. Vosburgh let out a deep breath. Now that we have one, and a mayor who campaigned on the platform of cleaning up Lilac City, it's a matter of educating the population. Charles rubbed his chin. The job was starting to sound political, and he wasn't sure he wanted to get involved with that. He'd done a lot of different things over the years, and some of them had required undercover work. With the right kind of clothing and a change in mannerisms, he could move in all kinds of social circles. Had moved in all kinds. Now I've gone and put you off, Vosberg tipped his chair forward so all four legs were on the floor. "You're just the man I've been looking for. I'm going to be 60 this year, and my sister keeps telling me I'm too old for this job." "You're not talking about retiring, are you?" Charles definitely didn't want to step into a job as sheriff of a town where he didn't know anyone. "Of course not, but my sister keeps house for me, and it's all about having peace, on the job and at home." The older man surprised Charles by winking at him. "That's something I'm sure you'll be finding out soon enough." "Now that would be a bit presumptuous, to make assumptions like that. I've only known the lady for 5 days, and I have no idea if she'd like me to court her." "Considering the way she watched you when you left, I think you won't have any problems." Charles hoped the man was right, until being faced with saying goodbye to Maude forever. Charles hadn't understood just how attached he'd become to her. It was ridiculous to consider making a lasting decision after so short an acquaintance. But she was the first woman he had ever considered courting seriously. "But she has an older brother. What do you know of Luke Camblin?" "He's a good man, and he has worked hard to build up the Lucky L. He doesn't bring in fancy folks like Breckenridge, who has highfalutin friends back in New York, where he's from originally. But Hamlin did go to a good school before his mother died, and he made a split from the family. He hasn't said anything, but I think as the son of the wife's first marriage, he wasn't treated very well by his stepfather." "Lancaster," Charles said, trying to remember what his mother had mentioned. The girls seemed sincerely grieved at the loss of their father, but they were put in the care of an uncle who just wanted to arrange marriages for all of them. "So they came to their big brother?" Vosberg nodded. "My father tried to do that to Edith. I'd already been on my own for a while when Ma died. Pa remarried a woman a lot younger than him, and they had Edith. Her ma died when Edith was just starting school, and Pa wanted nothing to do with her. Whenever I'd visit, the poor little thing would follow me around like a starving kitten. And she was starving for affection." "So, in her eyes, you became the father she didn't have?" "Yep. It all but broke her heart when I decided to go west. I didn't send for her sooner because this was no place for a woman back then. I suggested she apply for the new schoolmarm job, but Edith isn't interested in other people's children." Vosberg grinned. "But having a school is a sign we're getting civilized, and I need me a civilized deputy to help smooth over the rough edges." "I don't have any interest in staying in Lilac City, except for one," Charles said, needing to make his position clear. "Miss Lancaster." "That's right. If things don't work out there, I won't be staying." Charles explained about San Francisco. "Will they hold open that job if you don't come right away?" "I doubt it, but there would be other jobs." Charles realized he'd made a decision. "I'm willing to risk it to see where things go with Maude. I just want you to know this could be temporary." "I ain't never seen myself as a matchmaker, but I'll be happy to put in a good word for you. You can call me Abe. Now, let's talk details."
Chapter 7. Mrs. McDaniel turned out to be a formidable woman. Maude found her to be intimidating. The woman knew exactly how she wanted things run in her kitchen and in the house. She'd been bossing cowhands around for years and didn't even blink about trying to boss 3 sisters. Luke's ranch turned out to be a busy place. The current guests had already been there for a few days and had a routine down. Only one tried to flirt with him. Frances had pulled out her rifle before Luke could step in, but he'd made it plain to his guest to steer clear of his sisters. Now everyone was clear of them. None of Luke's employees would even look at Maude and Doris, except Mr. and Mrs. McDaniel and Nick Reynolds. Maude felt like a pariah,
Doris did what she was told in silence, and Frances was out working with the hands every day like she was one of them. She'd always been a good horsewoman, so Luke had her learning the trails to help with the tours. Maude had hoped to be of some use to Luke, but over the next few days, all she felt like was a maid. She and Doris washed and ironed bedding, cleaned the rooms, and took care of the dishes after the meals. The only consolation for Maude was that she had plenty of time to think about Charles and wonder what he was doing in San Francisco. Did he ever think of her? It was the first time in her experience where she'd met a man she wanted very much to get to know better, one she thought she'd shared a connection with, but with whom her acquaintance had been cut short. "You're working too hard," Luke said one evening, a few days after they'd arrived. Maude startled awake, confused for a second as she stared at the mending she could barely see in the now dark room. How long had she been asleep? "See what I mean?" Luke lit the lamp and frowned at her. "I know you said you wanted to help and carry your weight, but this is too much. Where's Doris?" "I think she already went to bed." Maude leaned her head against the back of the chair to work out the crick in her neck. "I'll have a talk with Mrs. McDaniel." Luke picked up Maude's hand and held it up to the light. "You're a lady, and Mother would be furious at the condition of your hands." "Those days are over." Maude pulled it back. "We want to pay our way here." "Did your father leave you girls nothing?" Of course, Luke would refer to him as their father. Why would he ever consider him his own? It had made her sad to see her normally loving father treat Luke so poorly. It wasn't his fault that his mother had loved and married another man first. Maude had often wondered if her father's resentment toward Luke had grown because father hadn't been able to have a son of his own. "Yes, he left us his estate, but he made Uncle William the trustee." Maude rubbed her temples. "We don't have access to any of it until we marry or reach 25. That's why he was pushing us to marry his business associates." Luke heaved out a breath and pulled something from his pocket. He handed it to her. Maude studied the Indianapolis postmark. "Uncle William?" Maude's stomach knotted. She wasn't sure she wanted to see what it said. "Yep. He said he got word that the three of you had made it here safely. I'm guessing your Pinkerton man reported it to him." "He wasn't my Pinkerton man." Her cheeks warmed. "He was hired by Aunt Anne, and she must have told Uncle William." Maude hoped their aunt hadn't paid too dearly for helping them. She handed back the letter, unopened. "I don't want to read anything he's written." "Your uncle insists that I send you three back, that he has custody." Luke tapped his knee with the letter. "He says he'll send the law to bring you back." Tired from the long days of work, Maude could only sit, her jaw slack. Would her brother send them back? They'd spent all of their money to get there. Where else could they go? "I'm going to challenge him in court," Luke said softly. At first the words didn't register in her mind, and she stared at him. "That is, if you want to stay here." "Of course we want to stay." Maude jumped to her feet, mindless of the sheet in her lap, and threw her arms around his neck. "Even though I've let Mrs. McDaniel work your fingers to the bone?" "Even so." Maude sniffed and wiped her eyes. "Won't it cost a lot of money to take him to court?" "Probably." Luke rubbed the back of his neck. "You know I never liked your father, and he treated me like dirt. But William was even worse to me." "Have you ever wondered if Uncle had anything to do with that?" "What do you mean?" "Could Uncle William have said or done something to cause the ill will my father felt toward you? I've always struggled with it. It's never fit the father I knew." "I guess we'll never know, will we? I wouldn't put it past your uncle, though. He's a real degenerate. But I won't tell you what I know. I'm sure he's figuring to get control of your fortunes. I won't sit back and let that happen. Oh, Luke, you've always been a good brother to us. You 3 girls were the only good things that came out of Mother marrying your father. Maude wished she could apologize, but something on his face told her he didn't want her pity. How could she explain how her father's treatment of Luke had opened her eyes to the many injustices that were being heaped on him? She couldn't, but she felt like she needed to do something to give back to this sweet brother who'd suffered so at the hands of her father. She'd never understand how a man who was so loving with his daughters could treat a boy the way he had Luke. It had seemed so two-faced and made her wonder what other aspects of her father's life had been contradictory. She gave him another quick hug. Don't be too hard on Mrs. McDaniel. If anyone has worked her fingers to the bones, it's her. She does need more help here. You have quite a busy ranch, busier than I ever imagined. It's been a good year, and word's starting to get out about us. I can't charge the rates that Breckenridge does. If I'd stayed in school longer, Luke said, shaking his head with a disgusted expression. Instead of burning bridges at home, I might have better connections, too. You shouldn't beat yourself up over that. I don't think my father would have paid for your schooling once Mother died, Maude said, unable to keep the sadness from her voice. I think you're right. There's no point in crying over spilled milk. I've learned to make do the best I can. What does Mr. Breckenridge have besides connections? This is a lovely ranch. Mrs. McDaniel's food is delicious and plentiful. Your guests appear to be enjoying themselves greatly. He has individual cabins. We only have the bunkhouse experience here. We have a lot of dudes, but it'd be better if we could have families. Maude imagined mothers with their children playing games and learning to ride horses. She had only gone on one trail ride, but the countryside was beautiful in its ruggedness. Yes, I can see that. I have a friend from school who would have loved to come to a place like this. Wait. She took his arm as a rush of excitement filled her. Doris and I have connections from our finishing school. We have many friends with whom we used to spend holidays. I believe I should write some letters. But if any of my friends had a desire to come here, they would need some place to stay. Is it very expensive to build a few cabins? Do you think they'd come? Luke's expression had turned hopeful, but his voice was doubtful. Stella Murdoch would go crazy about this place. Murdoch? Is she related to the automobile Murdochs? One and the same. Andrew Murdoch is her father. She and I were great chums in school, and I spent several holidays with their family. She's the one who convinced me to read The Virginian. She has a huge collection of dime novels. Her father loves them too and was always talking about how much he'd like to visit the West if he wasn't so busy. He says he wants to buy a ranch someday when he retires. I think her family would go crazy here. How large a family does he have? Do you think they'd all come? What do you have in mind? We're doing the finishing work on the large hall, but you've probably noticed the construction down by the creek. Only the outside is done on another bunkhouse. Luke's words came out fast and more animated as he spoke. If I changed the interior room to make it more homelike, it could accommodate a large extended family. We could issue an invitation for them to come and stay to try out the Lucky L. They wouldn't even have to pay, just be willing to talk about their experience when they get back home. Word of mouth is everything in this business. You'd have to finish it in time for them to schedule it. Maude began to pace. It's early May now. How long will it take to finish the cabin? Stella's not married yet, but 2 of her brothers are, and they have children. You could have as many as 10 people. If you've been to her house, what kind of sleeping arrangements would they expect? I'm sure the adults would want their own bedrooms, but the children could use a bunk room. So 5 bedrooms at least. But where would you get the furniture? Here. We already have the feather ticks in this house, and we could pull some of the bunks from the bunkhouse. Do you think you and Doris would be able to help with the decorating part of it?" Luke rubbed the back of his neck, looking thoughtful. "Of course. But what are you thinking of?" "Well, they're going to be used to luxury." Maude thought of the way Mrs. McDaniel had decorated Luke's house. It was homey and comfortable, definitely not luxurious. But remember, they'd be looking for a realistic Western experience, not duplicating their normal living circumstances. Maude gave a soft chuckle, thinking of Stella having to rough it, but still comfortable. "Of course." Luke grinned, his expression lifting. "There's a lot we'd need to do to get ready, and they might not be able to schedule a trip this summer." He gave her a quick hug. "But this is just what I've been looking for. A chance to broaden my reach. I'm so glad you girls have come." "Me too." Maude's heart swelled, and she finally felt like something more than a hired maid. "I'll talk with Mrs. McDaniel in the morning and see what she suggests." "Good. She'd likely throw a fit that it'd be too much work. But I want you to be in charge of this project. Make sure she knows that." "Night." Luke strode away. Excitement coursed through Maude, and she wondered if she'd be able to get back to sleep. Finally, she had something to do besides think about Charles Merrick and her lost opportunity. Charles stepped out of the boarding house where he'd taken up residency. By telegram, Anne Lancaster had said she'd have his payment wired to him. It couldn't have come at a better time. He was running short on cash after paying for his lodging for a month, and he didn't want to dig into his savings if he could avoid it. That was money he'd set aside for the day he was ready to start a horse breeding farm. He might be able to get a refund on his train ticket, but he didn't want to do that until he knew for sure he'd be staying in Lilac City. If he had to go for a week without seeing Maude Lancaster, he might use that ticket after all. "Good morning, Deputy Merrick," Mrs. Teague said as he approached the dry goods store. "Morning, ma'am. How are you settling in?" "Well enough, I suppose. It'll be better when they've found a teacher for the school." She reached over and pulled one of her sons back onto the wooden boardwalk. "Then I'd only have 2 at home during the day. Have you by chance seen any of the Lancaster sisters? I've been hoping they'd come to town, but I suppose they're too busy." "I haven't seen them since their brother picked them up." He glanced up the street at a couple of cowboys whose conversation was looking to build into a fight. "I was hoping to maybe see them at church tomorrow." "And don't forget the dance in a few weeks." Mrs. Teague gave him an understanding smile. "I'm sure there's at least one Lancaster girl who'll be glad to see you again." Charles had to bite back a grin as he turned his attention to the arguing men. "One can hope, Mrs. Teague. If you'll excuse me, I think I'd best see what's going on down there." He tipped his hat and strode away. As soon as the 2 men noticed his approach, they stopped. The first couple of times Charles had had to step into fights, the men had learned he knew how to quickly disarm them and didn't hesitate to use his fists when necessary. When Charles had brought in 2 such men to the jail to cool down, Abe had asked them what they'd expected from a former Pinkerton agent. It wasn't something Charles would normally have broadcast around the area, but if it made his job easier, he was good with it. He continued his walk down the long street, checking in with business owners and citizens he met along the way, as he always did. In many ways, it reminded him of the police officers who'd walk their beats back home. It certainly wasn't something he'd imagined for himself, but it had given him a chance to meet a lot of people already. Teague had been right. While Lilac City had its share of troublemakers, it also had a lot of good people. So far, he was encouraged. If only he could see Maude again. When he opened the door to the jail, Abe was pouring 2 cups of coffee. The checkerboard was already set up on the little table. "I figured you'd be thirsty after your morning stroll. Abe handed over one of the cups. The man made a decent brew. Mrs. Teague said something about a local dance coming up. Charles took a seat and propped up his feet. Have you had very many of those? With the town's shortage of ladies, do the men get out of hand? Except when the weather's too cold in the dead of winter. We have a dance every month. I hire some extra men to stand guard at the doors. People have to check their weapons, and no alcohol is allowed. If a man smells of drink, he won't be let in. When you add in the women folk from the outlying spreads, we have more than you might think. Sometimes people from as far away as Cody and Sheridan drive in for our dances. Abe took a drink of his coffee and gave a satisfied smack of his lips. Because we're so spread out here, people like to take advantage of the opportunity to socialize. I think you'll be surprised. Do you think the crowd will get out of hand? Charles asked. They learned the hard way a couple of years ago. A few railroad workers were in town and got into a fight with two of the cowhands. I can tell you, I had a jail full that night, and we canceled the next two dances. Ever since, they tend to police themselves. I'm glad to hear it. Charles was really hoping Maude would be there, and he might get to dance with her. When Mr. Breckenridge's sister came out here a few months ago, she introduced the dance cards like they use back east. If you're hoping to dance with any particular lady, I'd recommend you see about getting your name on her card early. How am I going to do that if I never see her? Well, she just drove by. Abe grinned, pointing to the window. Surprised, Charles jumped to his feet. If he hadn't already drunk most of his coffee, he'd have spilled it on his shirt. Muttering, he hurried to the window. Frances Lancaster was driving her brother's surrey. The young cowhand who'd helped her with their luggage sat beside her on the bench, while Maude and Doris were in the back seat. Charles leaned his head against the glass to watch as the cowboy jumped from the carriage and held his hand out for the two older sisters. Frances, of course, jumped down on her own. She was no longer dressed in trousers, but wore the split skirts now common in the area. Charles wondered if it had been difficult for Luke Hamblin to get her to agree to that. "Why are you wasting your time, man?" Abe asked with a laugh. "You need to get out there and ask about her dance card." Charles didn't need to hear any more. He grabbed his hat, checked his gun, and strode out the door. Chapter 8. "Good morning, Mrs. Teague," Maude said as she entered the dry goods store. "Do you help your husband very often?" "When I don't have too many little ones underfoot. Since they're not having classes while they look for a new school teacher, I was able to hire the services of the pastor's daughter. She's 12 and is still enough of a child herself that she enjoys tending the little ones. How are you adjusting?" "I'm learning just how much work it takes to run a guest ranch," Maude said, flexing one of her dry hands. Luke had spoken with Mrs. McDaniel and promised to see about hiring more help. He'd already put out a widespread advertisement in the hopes that some women would be willing to travel out here. "I can imagine," Mrs. Teague said. "Since Mr. McDaniel usually gets the supplies and he was in yesterday, what are you needing?" "We're decorating my brother's new cabin lodge." Maude pulled out the list of supplies that she, Doris, and Mrs. McDaniel had worked on the day before. "I think you'll probably need to order some of these for us, but I'm hoping you'll know how long that might take." "Well, let me get the catalog and we can look at it together." "Doris, are you coming?" Maude asked, glancing at where her sister stood near an advertisement board near the door. "Yes." Doris ambled over, but glanced over her shoulder at it again. It was a good 20 minutes before they finished going through the catalog. "We have enough here to get started. Luke will be pleased." While Maude was folding her list to put in her reticule, the little bell on the door opened, indicating another customer had arrived. They were fortunate to have finished when they did.
As Mrs. Teague glanced toward the door, she grinned. "You girls are planning to attend the next dance, aren't you? My husband told me all about how the ladies need dance cards to keep things orderly." She reached under the counter and pulled out a stack of cards. Mrs. Teague whispered to Maude, "I think somebody may already be here to fill yours out." Wary, she glanced over her shoulder and gave a gasp. Spinning around, she stared at Charles Merrick, who stood smiling at her with his hat in his hands. Butterflies had erupted in her stomach, and her heart did a funny little leap. He was even more handsome than she'd remembered, and the way he was looking at her made her face flush with so much heat she thought her hair might burst into flames. How she'd missed him. "Mr. Merrick," Doris said, stepping forward and extending her hand. "I thought you'd gone on to California."
Good morning, Miss Doris. I'd expected to be in San Francisco, too, but then Sheriff Vosburgh offered me a job.
Charles tapped the badge he wore on his chest. He nodded his head to Maude.
How are you, Miss Maude?
With a soft smile, Doris stepped back and went to stand by Mrs. Teague. "We're doing quite well, Mr. Merrick," Maude said, holding out her hand. "Or should I say, Deputy Merrick?" Charles took her hand and brought it to his lips. It reminded her of the time on the train, and her hand trembled.
"I'd prefer it if you'd call me Charles." Maude would love to call him that. She'd been thinking of him that way for days.
"I'm not sure that would be appropriate." She kept her voice low and didn't mean for the words to come out a question, but they did. He smiled, his expression almost tender. Dared she to hope he'd chosen to stay in Wyoming because of her?
As Miss Frances is fond of saying, it's a new century. How is she?
"It's like she's died and gone to heaven. I've never seen her so happy." As much as she liked that he was still holding her hand, Maude didn't want to make a public spectacle. She started to pull it back, but he took it and wrapped it around his arm. He walked her the few steps to the counter.
"I just heard about the dance myself," he said, "and I was wondering if you ladies were planning to attend."
"I would like to," Doris said, her expression clouded. "But do you think it's quite the thing, since Father has only been gone a few months?" They'd been so busy, first trying to get away from Uncle William, and then working with Luke, that Maude felt like her father's passing seemed like it happened a long time ago. They hadn't wanted to draw attention to themselves on the train, so they hadn't even worn black armbands. They should have, though Frances probably would have refused since she was still angry at their father for having left them in the care of his brother. Maude didn't know what to do. "From what I heard about your father from Frances," Mrs. Teague said, seeming to choose her words carefully, "I think he would have recognized that you were starting a new life and would have been proud of you for moving ahead with it. Mourning is more than wearing your blacks. Am I right?" Doris nodded and said, "I think Mother would approve." "All right, then," Maude said, aware that her hand was still on Deputy Merrick's arm. "I suppose we should get 3 of your dance cards." "Do you think Frances will use one?" Doris removed one of the papers from the stack. "I don't even know if she'll attend, but I'll take one for her anyway." Maude held one and had just taken another when Charles slipped hers from her gloved hand.
"I'd like to add my name to your card, Miss Maude."
He held her surprised gaze, one brow raised and the corners of his mouth quirked up.
"I hear it's important to get a jump on it."
Lowering his voice, he added in almost a whisper,
"What would you think if I were to ask for all of them?"
Her heart leapt into her throat. When she tried to speak, the words came out as gibberish.
"I'd like to court you, Miss Maude. I'd need to speak with your brother about it."
Charles let out a breath.
"If you'd be willing to entertain my suit, that is."
For the first time, Maude realized he was nervous. A sense of giddiness made her a little dizzy. He had stayed in Lilac City because of her. "I would like that very much, Charles." The bell on the door jingled again, and Maude was brought back to where they were. "I don't think it would be appropriate for you to take all my dances, though, until you've had a chance to speak to Luke." "All right." Charles picked up a pencil Mrs. Teague had placed on the counter when she'd gone to greet the customer. After writing his name on a half-dozen dances spaced out on the card, Charles asked, "Will that do?" "Yes, it will." Maude accepted the card he handed back to her. "And you, Miss Doris, might I claim a dance with you?" "Of course." She gave Maude a smile of approval and handed him her card. Charles had taken a card and duplicated the dances with Maude on it. "I don't want to forget which ones are mine." He wrote his name on Doris's card and then added her name to his. "Ask him to dinner," she whispered to Maude. She'd been watching him, bemused, but gave herself a mental shake. "Would you care to join us for dinner after church?" Maude's voice came out a little shaky. "I would love to." Charles took her hand and kissed it again. He tipped his hat to Doris and Mrs. Teague, who was standing next to an unfamiliar man. Both were staring at them. "If you ladies need any help getting your packages to the carriage—" "No, that's fine," Maude said, self-conscious under the scrutiny of the others. "That's what Mr. Reynolds came along for. But thank you." "I'll see you Sunday, then." Charles turned and strode from the store. "Oh, my," Doris whispered. "Oh, my, indeed." Maude couldn't hold back a grin when she bid Mrs. Teague farewell. The woman's eyes twinkled as she gave her a nod and turned back to her customer. "Will you tell Luke that you're going to have a gentleman caller?" Doris asked as they stepped out of the store to search for Francis and Nick. "I'll have to." Maude tightened her grip on her reticule, trying to stop the shaking of her hands. "I didn't realize Charles had stayed here." "Well, I think it's obvious why he did." Doris gave a soft, almost wistful smile. "I wonder what it would be like to have a man look at me the way he was looking at you." "But you've had plenty of beaux." "I might have had several gentlemen callers, but never one who said he wanted to court me," Doris said. "You really made an impression on Mr. Merrick." He had certainly made an impression on Maude. She glanced up and down the street. "Where has Frances gone?" "She's over there." Doris pointed across the street to the barber shop, where Frances was helping to brush off the shoulders of Nick's shirt. "Frances, Mr. Reynolds." She was proud that her voice sounded calm and steady. "We're ready to load up. Do you need anything else?" "No, ma'am. We're ready to go." While he gathered the bolts of cloth they'd use for curtains, Maude approached Frances with the dance card. "There's a dance later this month. I didn't know if you planned on attending, but they use dance cards here." She held out one to her sister. "Charles Merrick?" Frances glanced at Maude and held up the card. It wasn't the blank one. "That was him I saw going into the store. Give that to me." Grinning, Frances held it over her head. Maude was not going to get sucked into the game her sister had played when they were younger and Frances had gotten taller than her. Calling upon her dignity, Maude stood the way she hoped their mother would have in a similar situation. "Fine, then." Frances handed over the dance card, but wouldn't take the empty one Maude offered. Instead, her sister looked at Nick and said, "What's this about a dance?" "Oh, yeah. It's always the second Saturday of the month. All the guys are going, and I'm sure the guests will, too. You won't want to miss it. There'll be more people there than there are in the whole town." The cowhand put the last bolt in the carriage and brushed off his hands. He said to Maude, "That's it, Miss Lancaster. We can leave.
If you haven't picked up your dance cards yet, you'll want to.
I guess I'll take it. Not that I'll use it, Frances grumbled as she took the card Maude still held out for her. Nick helped her and Doris into the surrey, while Frances once again jumped up by herself. As they passed the post office where a man was talking to Charles, Maude's heart gave a little flutter. He met her gaze for a second, touching the brim of his hat. One corner of his mouth turned up. She thought she might float away. As they sat at dinner that night, Maude glanced at the McDaniels. The ranch foreman and the housekeeper always ate meals with them. She imagined they'd been as close to family as Luke had out here. With that thought, she decided to broach the subject of Charles. "We're going to have a special guest for Sunday dinner," Maude said. "Oh?" Luke met her gaze, his brows creased. "He's—" she began. "He?" Luke broke in, his tone dangerous. "You've only visited town this once, and already you're inviting strange men to dinner?" Frances guffawed, and Luke turned his steely gaze on her. She said, "It's the new deputy sheriff, Charles Merrick. Remember the name? He's that Pinkerton agent who escorted us here. Personally, I'm glad he decided to stay. Now he can teach me more of that self-defense stuff." "I thought you said he was going on to California," Luke said to Maude. Her brother's extreme reaction was unexpected. If Maude hadn't seen the worry in his eyes, she'd have turned indignant. "The sheriff offered him a job." She kept her voice calm. "He's sweet on Maude," Frances grinned at her. "He's already signed her dance card." "She's sweet on him, too," Doris said. "I think it's lovely. He's one of the Indianapolis Merricks. His father's quite wealthy, and his mother comes from a good family in Pennsylvania." "How do you know this?" Maude asked, frowning. "I met his younger sister at a dance a couple of years ago. She was quite a chatterbox, but she made a good match. I didn't remember it until we were talking with Mrs. Teague about the dance cards." Doris gave a soft shrug, her expression almost dreamy. "I'm happy for you." Luke had just taken a bite and gasped. He started coughing, his face turning so red Maude was afraid he might choke to death. Frances jumped up and patted him on the back. He waved her off. When his coughing died down, Mrs. McDaniel handed him a glass of water. "What do—" he coughed. "Do you mean, Doris?" Luke coughed again. "You said you were happy for her," Mr. McDaniel said, seeming to enjoy Luke's response. "Mr. Merrick just said he was going to call on you to ask if he could court Maude," Doris said to their brother, who turned to glare at Maude. "And when were you going to tell me?" he asked. "I thought it would be best if Charles spoke to you first." "Charles?" Luke's eyes bulged. Maude exchanged a glance with Mrs. McDaniel, and they both burst out laughing. Then Maude's eyes filled with tears. Her brother's response was just how she'd have imagined her father to behave in a similar situation. For the first time since his death, she didn't feel like an orphan. She rose and threw her arms around Luke's neck. "Thank you for caring," she whispered. He gave her back an awkward pat. "Are you sure about this man?" Maude straightened. "Isn't that what a courtship is meant to determine? If we're suited?" "You like him that much?" "I do." Luke heaved out a breath and waved her to her chair. "You girls let me know about this kind of thing ahead of time, all right? Don't bushwhack me with it." "Luke Hamblin, you're going to make a good father some day," Mrs. McDaniel said. "Please, let it be sons." He rolled his eyes toward heaven. "Amen to that," Mr. McDaniel chuckled. "Maude, can I speak with you?" Luke asked when they'd finished clearing the table. "Of course." "Bring your dance card to my office, please." Her brother didn't wait for her reply, but headed there.
Maude went to her room and retrieved the paper. She ran a finger over the broad, strong strokes of Charles's signature. Remembering the way he'd looked at her made the butterflies in her stomach start dancing again. He'd stayed so he could court her. She was still smiling when she entered her brother's office, and Luke groaned. "What?" Maude crossed her arms, her posture stiff. "I can see you're smitten with this man." Luke rubbed his face, looking tired, and then indicated a chair. He moved one so it faced the one she'd taken. "I'm struggling a little here. It's been so long since I've seen you girls, and now you're planning to leave." "Oh, no. No." Maude's eyes stung to find her brother so sentimental. She reached out a hand, and he took it. "Charles hasn't proposed, and I wouldn't accept if he had. We must first become better acquainted. Charles merely wishes to court me. We may find that we don't suit." Her brother gave a dark chuckle. "I find that highly unlikely. Do you think I didn't notice the way you looked at him at the train station? I also saw the way he was looking at you. My only consolation at the time was that the man was moving on. I know you're worried about the stipulations in the will. I need you to promise me that you won't agree to marry this man just to be free of your uncle. I told you before that you girls are safe with me. I won't let him bully you into anything you don't want to do." "Well, I promise you, I won't marry any man I don't love." "I'm glad to hear it. Now let me see your dance card. Doris said I should take a look at it." Luke held out his hand. With pinched lips, Maude handed it to her brother. "Only 6 dances?" he asked, a touch of humor in his voice now. "Charles said he wanted all of them, but I told him it wouldn't be appropriate." "Thank you for that," Luke said with an arched brow as he handed back the card. "I can't wait to talk with him if he's that serious." Maude's hand flew to her throat. "Please don't scare him away." "If a former Pinkerton man can be scared away by a little talk with me, then you should tell him not to let the door hit him on the way out." Luke patted her cheek. "Good night." He rose and left. Maude forced her hands to unclench. Should she warn Charles? Or was his interest so little that he'd leave? Maybe her brother was right. Chapter 9. Charles stepped out of his lodging into the clear May morning. A sense of anticipation had been with him since he'd spoken to Maude. Every time he thought about the look on her beautiful face when she'd turned around and seen him in the dry goods store, made his chest swell. For a second, he wondered if she was about to throw her arms around him. He couldn't have asked for better confirmation that he hadn't imagined her interest in him. The church bell rang, and other folks began to leave their homes. He wondered if the less spiritual folks in town who'd been drinking and carousing the night before appreciated the Sunday morning call to worship. It made him smile. He'd been up late himself. Fortunately, it hadn't been necessary to jail anyone. Charles would have been disappointed to miss church and a chance to see Maude because he'd had to babysit a hungover cowhand. Abe should have already left with his sister. He was taking her to the church in the next town up the train line. He'd lent his buggy to Charles to use to take Maude for a drive after dinner, assuming the talk with her brother went well. Now that was something Charles hadn't done before. He rubbed his chin. Of all the life-threatening situations he'd been in over the years, none had made his blood run chill like the thought of asking Luke Hamblin for permission to court his sister. "You just taking in the view, Deputy?" Mr. Teague said as he approached with his wife and children. "Or are you heading to Sunday meeting, too?" "I'm heading to church, just like you." When one of the Teague children darted into the street, Charles reached out a hand, scooped up the little boy, and put him on his shoulders.
The child squealed, and Mrs. Teague shot him a thankful glance. "So today is your dinner with the Lancaster sisters," she said as they walked together toward the church at the end of the street. "You heard that, did you?" he asked. "I did, and I think it's romantic how you two met." She glanced at her husband with a loving expression. "I think you and Maude were meant for each other." "Now all you have to do is convince her brother." Mr. Teague shot him a sympathetic glance. "You're right there." Charles could only hope Mrs. Teague was right. He'd hate to get too attached to this place if things didn't work out between him and Maude. "We're creating a ladies' improvement society," Mrs. Teague said. "One of the first things we're going to do is hold a subscription drive to collect money to put in more trees." Charles glanced back the way he'd come and nodded. Trees would soften the stark look of the town. "It might be a few years before your trees will provide enough shade to cool the buildings during the summer," he said, facing the church again. "But there's no time like today to begin." "Our thoughts exactly." "Well, good morning to the Teagues," Reverend Pierce said, taking the time to shake the hand of every family member. He clapped Charles on the shoulder and extended a hand to him as well. "I'm glad to see that our new deputy is a God-fearing man. Welcome." "Thank you." They stepped into the church. Charles was dismayed to find that, instead of pews with backs to lean against, the room was full of makeshift benches where a board had been set across logs. He hoped the parson wasn't long-winded. "As I'm sure you've heard," Mr. Teague said, "the church doubles as a school. We've been raising funds to build the new school and finally have enough money. We'll be having a building-raising party in a few weeks, once the lumber gets here. I hope your improvement society will then focus on getting better seating for the church," he said as he took his place at the end of the bench with the Teagues. "Oh, yes. We are planning to sell refreshments at the monthly dances and use the proceeds to buy pews." "I'll be sure to buy lots of food then," Charles said with a chuckle. "She's here," Mrs. Teague whispered, nodding toward the entrance. Charles rose and turned. The three sisters entered the church, with their brother bringing up the rear. Maude was scanning the room. When her gaze met Charles's, her slow smile warmed him. He stepped forward, pausing to shake Frances and Doris's hands before lifting Maude's to his lips. Her cheeks flushed a pretty shade of pink. "Good to see you again, Merrick," Luke said, using his hand to push himself between Maude and Charles. "Come on, girls. Let's sit over here." "Later," Charles said softly to Maude, and she nodded. Next week would be different. Once he had permission to court her, he'd either insist on joining her on her family's bench or invite her to join him where he sat. Maude glanced back at the church where Charles stood in the doorway watching her brother's surrey head home. She waved to Charles, indicating he should follow them. He gave a relieved smile and hurried toward the livery. Frances had left the front seat to Maude, and she shifted to look at her brother. "You have some nerve," she said. "He's not courting you yet," Luke said, not even trying to deny that he'd kept them apart at church on purpose. "Only because he hasn't had a chance to speak to you." "He could have come out to the ranch if he's serious." Her brother still wouldn't look at Maude. "And would you have come in to see him with the long hours you've been putting in on the new cabin?" She crossed her arms. "You're not my father." Luke looked at her then. "I know that, but I've got the responsibility of you, and I don't take it lightly." Her brother's expression was so sincere that Maude's anger lessened. She didn't want him to think she wasn't grateful. "Please don't act like Uncle William. He's a tyrant, too." Her brother stiffened, obviously insulted at the comparison, but then his muscles relaxed and he started to chuckle. "All right, I'll take the hit because you're right."
Luke glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. "I'll mind my manners. But it's a serious business when a man comes around like this. He has to be a good man and able to support a family. Your Mr. Merrick has been drifting around for a long time. Those Pinkerton men never seem to stay in one place long. I'll have plenty of questions for him." Doris and Frances were chatting behind him, and Doris said something about the school. "Has she told you yet?" Luke asked, leaning closer to Maude. "Who?" Something in his voice made her glance over her shoulder at her sisters. "Doris," he said, "about the school." "What about it?" "She wants to teach there." Maude blinked. Was that what Doris had been looking at on the notice board at the dry goods store? She received her certificate last year, before Father's health declined. He'd only agreed to it because he said it was important for a mother to know how to teach her children. "She's so soft-spoken. Do you think she'd be able to handle a bunch of rowdy kids?" Luke rubbed his chin, looking tired all of a sudden, like it was just one more thing he had to worry about. "If you've ever seen her with children, you wouldn't ask that. She's got away with them, even the rapscallions. Doris is so pretty and sweet that she just charms them all. I didn't know she still wanted to teach, but if she does, then I think she'll do a good job of it." "The school board will be making that decision, but she wanted my permission before she submitted her application." "I hope you gave it to her." Maude was a little hurt that Doris hadn't mentioned it. Was she afraid they might not approve her application? "She was so earnest. How could I deny her?" He gave a soft chuckle. "I understand what you mean about charming people." As Charles drove the buggy to the Lucky L, he was more nervous than he could remember being in his life. A few men were working with some of the horses, but the place was fairly quiet, probably in keeping with the Sabbath. The place was clean and well kept, but larger than he had anticipated. He really should have made a trip out here before now. Where had that surrey gone? "Hello there, Deputy Merrick," a man with salt and pepper hair said as he approached the buggy. "Frances said you were coming to dinner, so you'll want to go to the big house. It's up there among those trees." "I remember seeing you last week," Charles said, extending a hand, "but I haven't had a chance to make your acquaintance yet." "I'm Tom McDaniel, the foreman here at the Lucky L." The man's hand practically swallowed Charles's, and he'd always thought he had large hands. "My wife is Mr. Hamlin's housekeeper, and we'll be joining you for dinner. I'll see you in a bit." "Thank you for the directions." Charles snapped his whip and the horse headed toward the trees. The house had a comfortable look to it that surprised him. Somehow, he'd assumed that a bachelor wouldn't have such a nice place. Compared to the simple homes of the residents of Lilac City, this place was almost a mansion. Though his mother would have sniffed at the suggestion, Charles thought even his staid father would have been impressed. A young cowhand approached the buggy. "I can take care of that for you, Deputy. Mr. Hamlin said to send you in when you arrived." Charles stepped down and handed the reins to the young man. Charles said, "I'm hoping to take Miss Maude for a ride after dinner." "Just send word to the stable and I'll get it hitched up for you again." "Thank you. What's your name?" Charles asked. "Everyone calls me Junior. My father's Tom McDaniel." He grinned, and Charles thought he saw a hint of his father in the smile. "It's nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too, sir." Junior winked. "And good luck." Cheeky kid. Charles took a breath and headed to the house. He was about to knock on it when the door opened. A large older woman gave him a single assessing glance. "Come on in, then, but be sure to wipe your feet," she said as she stepped back. "Are you Mrs. McDaniel?" Charles asked, as he did as he was instructed. "I am. Mr. Hamlin is expecting you in his office," she said, all businesslike as she shut the door behind him. Follow me."
Frances poked her head out of her room. Charles had been so focused on Maude at church that he'd barely noticed her younger sister had been wearing a real dress and not the split skirt that she'd worn in town. She must not have changed yet, or perhaps she was giving the Sabbath day a little more respect in her dress. "Nice to see you again, Deputy." Frances grinned at him. "Good luck." Doris stepped beside her sister and nodded encouragingly. Was Maude there too? Doris must have realized what he was thinking and shook her head. "Maude made herself scarce on purpose, so just get it over with," Frances said. "Then you can talk with her." She pointed to a door. "Thank you kindly." At least he had the support of her sisters. Charles gave the door a solid knock, and a man's voice bade him enter. The office was neater than he'd expected, though it probably shouldn't have surprised him, considering how well the ranch was run. It appeared Luke Hamblin was a man of order, and perhaps a believer of the philosophy that cleanliness is next to godliness. Still wearing his Sunday-go-to-meeting clothes, as well as a serious expression, Maude's brother looked very much like a man facing a serious negotiation. It struck Charles forcefully then that Maude's brother had been cast out of his home as a young man and had still managed to build all of this from nothing. With even more respect, Charles extended a hand. Shaking it, Hamblin said, "Please have a seat, Deputy. Since I'm not here in my official capacity, I'd prefer that you called me Charles." Hamblin considered him for a second before giving a brisk nod. He indicated the chair again, so Charles took it. He forced himself to relax, not slouching, but also not sitting so rigid he looked like a supplicant. "Well, go ahead." "I'm not sure what you want to know first," Charles said. "You might start out by telling me what your intentions are for my sister." Well, the man didn't mince words. That would make things simpler. "I'd like to court your sister." "With the intent to marry her?" "With the intent to see if that's what the two of us would like, yes." Charles let his feelings show in his voice. "I've never met anyone like her." Hamblin gave a non-committal grunt. He leaned forward, his elbows on his desk. "How long were you a Pinkerton agent?" "I went to work for them when I graduated from college 5 years ago." "Where did you go?" "Purdue." "What did you study?" "Engineering and agriculture with a focus on horse breeding." Hamblin looked interested for the first time. "You want to breed horses?" "Eventually. My mother's father was a horse breeder, and I used to spend a lot of my summers on his farm in New York. He died late last year and left me his farm in stock." The expression on Hamblin's face went cold, so Charles hurried on. "I plan to keep the stock, but I'm in the process of selling the farm because I have no interest in living on it. It's on the Hudson River in what's now an affluent area. It will let me buy some land when I find the right place, and I've been saving the bulk of my salary." Charles leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. "I anticipate that I'll need to continue to work as a deputy for a while, at the same time I begin my stud farm." "So, were you to marry my sister, it's not your intention to take her back to your grandfather's property to live?" Charles could already tell that the brother didn't like this idea, and it made him like the man better. "There's a lot of competition in the area, so I've always thought that I'd like to take his stock somewhere else." Charles glanced out the office window where the rising hills in the background showcased the beauty of the area. Lilac City has access to the railroads, and it's beautiful country. With the pedigree on my horses, I think this would be a great location. "And what if my sister were to come with no dowry and no inheritance?" Hamblin asked, his eyes now narrowed.
I'm not interested in your sister for that. What if she decides that you two aren't suited for each other? I'll have a decision to make. Charles rubbed the back of his neck. It would be difficult to remain. I won't look at purchasing any land until I know what will happen between your sister and myself. A flash of something crossed Hamlin's face, but he schooled his features quickly. Let me get her. He rose and went to the door. Francis, please fetch Maude. I'm here. Charles stood at the sound of her voice. She stepped through, still dressed in her Sunday finery. She was so beautiful. Hamlin glanced between the two of them. Maude, Mr. Merrick here would like to court you. What say you? I would like that very much. Her cheeks took on that pretty flush again. You have my permission. Hamlin met Charles's gaze, his eyes hard. I recommend that you remember you're not married or engaged, and behave accordingly. Charles met that steely gaze with one of his own. I would never show disrespect to your sister. Good. Then I won't have to kill you. Now, the two of you get out of here. I've got things to do. Hamlin waved them away. Charles glanced at Maude, wondering if her brother was serious. She shook her head and accepted the arm Charles was extending to her. Perhaps you will tell me what my brother asked you, she said once they were out of hearing range of the office. I believe that would be a good way to get better acquainted. We can discuss it on a buggy ride after dinner if that's agreeable. That would be lovely. Chapter 10. In the 2 weeks since Charles had received permission to court Maude, he'd managed to see her 10 times, 7 of them on drives around the countryside. The more time they rode around the land together, the more he was learning to care for the area and the woman. She came to town every few days. Because of that, he'd taken to watching for her. Abe had taken to teasing him whenever he caught Charles doing it. Maude had come yesterday, so it was foolish of him to look for her today. I know you just saw her. Why do you keep looking? Abe asked as they waited at the station. The older man had them meet every train and stagecoach. He said it was the way he made sure he knew the kind of people that were coming into his town. More than once he'd stopped trouble before it started by doing that. Because if something comes up, I don't want to miss her. Abe grinned. Looks like it was a good decision you made to stay here. Are you going to ask for her hand? It's a little fast for that. I only just asked to court her. Charles scanned the faces of a small group leaving the train. But she agreed to... Whatever the sheriff had been about to say broke off with a soft grunt. They sure look like they mean business. Charles shifted his gaze to where Abe was looking. 3 tall men had stepped from another car and were perusing the people bustling around the station. It was always a little chaotic when the train arrived. They're Pinkerton agents, Charles said, recognizing one of them. I wonder if they came from Indianapolis. Do you think the uncle sent them? I know his wife was worried sick for the girls, enough that she didn't try to discourage them when they decided to leave on their own. I think it'd be a good idea to send word out to the Lucky L. I think I'll send you to do that. Your heart's too close to this one for you to talk to those guys. Abe hitched up his pants as though preparing to go into battle. But if they're here for another reason, and I stir them all up at the ranch for nothing? One of the men had noticed they were being watched and said something to the others. Go now. You can say you couldn't wait to see Miss Maude again. Go. Abe strode toward the men. It went against Charles's instincts, but he'd learned to trust the sheriff's instincts. He turned and quickly headed to the stables. How did it go? Maude asked when her sister returned to the house. I have an interview on Monday, Doris said, removing her hat and gloves.
I wasn't nervous, even the tiniest bit. I feel good about this." She took her apron from a hook and slipped it over her head. "Would you like me to take over the ironing?" "If you wouldn't mind." Maude brushed a strand of hair that had slipped from her chignon. The work of decorating the family cabin was moving along nicely. Luke had shifted his plans right after he'd spoken with her. It was fortunate they'd only had the exterior walls and most of the roof on, because now they had to put in interior rooms. Her brother kept coming to her with ideas and had escorted her to a few homes so she could see what the insides looked like. Next week, he was planning to take her over to Mr. Breckenridge's dude ranch. "I need to get my list," Maude said. "You want me to bring you something to drink?" "Some lemonade would be nice." Doris was already ironing, a soft smile on her face. Maude was happy for her sister. She loved children and had been looking forward to working as a teacher. When their father had died and they'd been forced to move in with their uncle, he'd been adamant that Doris would never teach. "Is that for dinner tonight?" Maude asked as she entered the kitchen and Mrs. McDaniel was pulling a cake from the oven. There were already 2 more on the counter, one frosted. "These are for the dance tomorrow. We're raising money for school desks now. My chocolate cakes are a favorite." The older woman was already moving them out to the porch to cool. "Well, well, it looks like we have a visitor." She glanced over her shoulder and winked at Maude. She rushed to the open door. As soon as they saw Charles dismounting from his horse, Maude remembered she wasn't dressed for company and stepped back from view. She glanced down at her work dress, wishing she was dressed to receive a caller. "Good morning, Deputy," Mrs. McDaniel said, stepping forward. "How can I help you?" "I'm looking for Mr. Hamlin. Is he here?" Charles sounded so businesslike. It reminded Maude of the first time she'd met him. Her instincts told her that he had not come on a personal matter. Pushing aside her self-consciousness at her messy hair and shabby dress, she stepped outside. "Good morning." She wanted to call him Charles, but didn't know if that was appropriate, since he appeared to be there in a formal capacity. "My brother's working on the family cabin. I doubt you'd know the way. Let me take you." "Thank you. Is it far? This could be time-sensitive." His gaze darted to Mrs. McDaniel, and then he shot a meaningful glance at Maude that chilled her. "We can walk, but—" "Will you ride with me?" Charles asked. Maude didn't hesitate, but picked up her skirts and hurried down the steps. Charles had already mounted his horse and reached down to swing her up behind him. She clung to him, embarrassed that so much of her legs were exposed. "My goodness," Mrs. McDaniel cried, hurrying over to tug at Maude's skirts. "Thank you," Maude called as Charles set the horse to a trot. "It appears I'm going to have to break down and get some of those skirts Francis is wearing." "That way." She pointed toward the grove of trees in the distance. "I assume by the way you look that this is serious?" "It could be. 3 Pinkerton agents just arrived at the train station. The sheriff went to talk with them and sent me here to let your brother know." "Do you think our uncle might have sent them?" she asked, her grip around his waist tightening. He gave her hands a comforting pat with one of his. "It could be, but we thought your brother ought to know, just in case." Maude didn't understand why Uncle William would send anyone after them. Perhaps the men had come to town for some other reason. Were they already on their way to the ranch this very moment to take them? She mustn't think that. To keep herself from worrying about them, she focused her attention on Charles. She'd never been this close to him. Inhaling, she took in the smell of Charles's freshly laundered shirt, his shaving soap, his masculine scent. She loved the feel of his muscles under her hands. When he took a sharp intake of breath, she realized she'd been running her hand up his chest. Maude loosened her grip. "Hang on, or you might fall off." Charles's tone held some humor. Maude tightened her hold, but made sure she didn't forget herself again. She'd never been so embarrassed in her life. He must think she was a fast woman. Had she ruined everything between them? "Here," she said, her voice tight. All she wanted was to get away from him so she couldn't see his disappointment in her. When Charles started to rein in his horse, she released him and slid off without help. She stumbled when the animal continued to move forward. After taking a couple of unsteady steps, she hurried toward the house. He was from a good family, and he wouldn't want anything to do with so forward a woman. "Maude," he called. She ignored him, relieved when she recognized Mr. McDaniel on a ladder, hammering on a porch roof. "Where's my brother?" she asked. The foreman's gaze went past her, and his expression turned interested. He glanced at the cabin and called, "Hey, Luke, you'd best come." Her brother poked his head out a window a few feet away. His brows went up when he saw Maude, but just like Mr. McDaniel had done, his gaze shifted behind her. Luke's eyes narrowed. "I'll be right down." "Maude, please don't jump off a moving horse like that," Charles said when he'd caught up with her. "You about took 10 years off my life." Her cheeks were still hot, and she couldn't bring herself to look at him. How could she have so forgotten herself? Charles stepped ahead and turned to face her. When she still wouldn't look at him, he put a gentle finger on her chin and lifted it. "Please look at me, Maude." His voice was soft, almost tender. When she did, he said, "Don't be embarrassed, because I'm not." Staring into his eyes, that curious connection she'd experienced on the train that other time made her cheeks go hot again. Her gaze dropped to his shapely lips, and she wondered what it would be like were he to kiss her. "Mind your manners, Merrick," Luke said, his tone menacing. Charles turned around and took off his hat. Maude stepped beside him. "He's here on business." She tried to warn her brother off with a look, but Luke's scowl didn't lessen. "That didn't look like business to me, Maude. Have you broken the law and he's here to arrest you?" her brother asked, his tone sarcastic. "Mr. Hamblin, Sheriff Vosberg and I saw what we believe were 3 Pinkerton agents getting off the morning train," Charles said. Luke froze and then looked at Maude. "Would your uncle send agents after you girls?" "I don't know why he would. He gave us the ultimatum." Maude irritably brushed away a loose strand of hair. "Marry the men of his choosing to get rid of us, or we weren't welcome in his home." "Marry them to his cronies," Charles added. "Were they the men he does business with?" Luke asked. "Yes, or wanted to do business with." That had been the case of the old codger her uncle had lined up for Maude. Her brother turned an assessing gaze at Charles. "Does your interest in courting my sister have anything to do with her inheritance?" He blinked in surprise, and then his neck turned pink. Charles looked at her. "Neither my mother nor my aunt ever said anything about an inheritance. I promise you, on everything I hold dear, that my interest in you is for you alone." As Maude looked into his deep brown eyes, she saw only sincerity there. "And if she had to give up her inheritance, would you still be interested in her?" Luke persisted. "I already answered that question, and it hasn't changed. Yes, I'd still be interested in Maude." Charles met her brother's gaze with a steady one of his own. "I also told you that you needn't worry about my ability to support a wife and family." Maude had the impression that the 2 men were engaged in some kind of masculine competition. "Please don't talk about this," she said, feeling a little sick. "If Uncle William hired Pinkerton agents to bring us back to Indianapolis, does he have the right to do it? Can he force us to return?" "I've already hired an attorney to look into this," Luke said. "Hamlin, you may need to see if the local judge will grant you temporary custody while the issue is being hashed out." Charles said to Maude, "I'm assuming you're under 21 then? How long before your birthday?" 10 months. Doris is 19, and Frances is 18. Charles heaved out a breath and rubbed his jaw at the same time her brother did. "Wouldn't a brother have a better claim on guardianship than an uncle?" Mr. McDaniel asked, and then raised his hands defensively.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, boss, but it's not like I could step away to give you privacy. I could use your advice anyway. Luke gave an angry grunt. I'm not letting that snake, William Lancaster, force these girls into marriages they don't want. Is their uncle unscrupulous? Mr. McDaniel asked. He has a bit of a shady reputation in some circles, Charles said. A lot of wealthy businessmen do, though, because they can hire attorneys to help them skirt the law. What they get away with often isn't technically illegal. But I'll bet my good wife would say it's immoral, Mr. McDaniel said. Exactly. Luke stared off in the distance, shaking his head. Then he turned to Charles. If those Pinkerton agents are here to pick up the girls, I'm ready to fight. Oh, Luke, no. We never dreamed our coming would cause you problems. Maude put her hands to her cheeks, imagining a standoff between Luke and these unknown men. I promise, we thought Uncle would be glad to be free of us. Don't you worry about it. He pulled her into his arms and brushed a kiss against her temple. We're finally a family again, and I'm not going to let some money grubber take that away from us. Thank you. Maude's throat closed around the other words she wanted to say. Luke released her and stepped back. McDaniel, I want you to get our most trusted men ready to stand guard. This is private property, and those men have no right to trespass. Are your sisters going to be prisoners here, then? Charles asked. Only until I'm granted temporary custody. I imagine it'll take longer to get things settled in court. A lot of it'll depend on what the will says, Mr. McDaniel said. If this uncle was made the trustee of the estate, that's not necessarily the same thing as naming him guardian of your sisters. But how will we get a copy of the will? Maude asked. For a will to be probated, it has to go through court. I imagine my father could get a look at it. He knows a lot of folks at the county. Charles rubbed his jaw again, thoughtful. The first thing we're going to need to do is get ready to face those agents, McDaniel said. You're right, and we best hurry. Luke pointed to a group of approaching riders. Charles stepped closer to Maude's side, and Luke edged a little in front of her. She had to lean to the side to see. Be careful, Charles said, putting his hand around her waist and pulling her closer to him. It was lovely that both men were worried about her. But what about her sisters? Were they about to be forcibly hauled back to Indianapolis? They're ours, Mr. McDaniel said from his position on the ladder. Luke's shoulders relaxed, and he stepped forward to greet them. Charles didn't remove his hand. Maude glanced up and found him staring at the approaching group, a crease between his brows. Can they really force us back to my uncle's house? She asked. It depends on what your father's will says. Charles looked down at her. Your brother's not going to let you go without a fight, though, and neither am I. What if one or both of them got hurt? Maude's emotions broke to the surface. Rather than risk bursting into tears in front of him, she turned away. Charles must have sensed her need because he pulled her into his arms. She cried against his chest. Really, Maude? Luke asked, approaching them. Embarrassed, she started to step away, but Charles growled. Don't you talk to her like that, Hamblin. Who are you to tell me how to treat my family? Luke stepped closer, and Maude put up her hands to keep the men apart. Please don't. She didn't know if it was the softness of her tone or the residual roughness from crying, but both men did as she said. I'm sorry I lost my temper, Miss Lancaster. Mr. Hamblin, Charles said as he took a step away from her. If I'm not needed here, I'll go check with the sheriff. Maude had had enough. She slid her hand into his before he could go any further. Do all the men in my life have to act like idiots? She held up her left hand and pointed it at her brother. Don't you look at me like that. I won't be told what to do, Luke. Not by Uncle William, and not by you. As Luke stared at her, the angry red of his face lightened. When he spoke, his voice had an almost sad note to it. You're really all grown up, aren't you?
I'd better be if Charles and I are courting. Now, what are we going to do to keep these Pinkerton agents from forcing us to return to Indianapolis? What's this I'm hearing? Frances cried as she rode forward. I won't go back. I'm not going to be forced to marry some old coot banker. Dang, I left my rifle back at the house. She looked about to turn back when Nick, also on horseback and beside her, nudged her boot with his and indicated Luke's men. All the Lucky L hands looked ready to go into battle, including the guests. Hope swelled in Maude. We don't want any bloodshed, Hamblin, Charles said. That won't help your case in court. You're right. Luke came to stand beside Maude and called out. Frances, no one's going to make you marry anyone you don't want to. Those agents might be here for some other reason. Might even be just passing through. To be safe, I think you girls should stay on my land and only go about with a guard. I guess we won't need the dance cards after all, Maude said, her voice low. She hated the idea of being a prisoner at the Lucky L. That gives me an idea, Luke grinned and said to his foreman. Do you think there'd be much of a fuss if we asked to move the dance here? My new hall is bigger, and we have more trees to keep it cool. It'd be a little farther for some folks, but closer for others, Mr. McDaniel said. So I'd say it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. If those agents are here for your sisters, Charles said, can you refuse to allow them on your property if you're having a public dance? I already have paying guests who come here at my discretion. Why can't I hold a dance here that's at my invitation? And only the people from town are invited? Maude asked, the tightness in her shoulders easing a little. Exactly, Luke said. Deputy, how about you go find out for sure what those agents are doing in town? We should be prepared for her uncle to pull some stunt anyway, until we can get this resolved in court. I think I'll go and explain things to all my men. Thank you. Maude threw her arms around her brother's neck and hugged him. Hey, don't you go and start crying on me like you did to your beau. I can't abide a woman's tears. Luke patted her awkwardly on the back, his eyes suspiciously bright. It's been way too long since I've seen my family. I'm not about to let you girls go so easily if this is where you want to be. This is definitely where we want to be. Maude stepped back, wiping her eyes. I'll be going then, but I'll let you know what I find out. Charles took her hand and kissed it. When he looked up and met her gaze, Maude had to fight the urge to kiss him. This man made her want things no lady of good breeding should. Grinning as though he'd read her thoughts, Charles tipped his hat and strode to his horse. Chapter 11. When Charles arrived back at the sheriff's office, he found his boss and the 3 men talking. This here's my deputy, Charles Merrick, Abe said, and took a sip of his coffee. He's the one I was telling you about. The 3 men eyed him, 2 suspiciously, and 1 with a wariness Charles didn't like. He wished he could place where he'd met the latter man, but it would have been a long time ago. It was a big country, and Pinkerton agents could be asked to work anywhere, sometimes even outside of the U.S. Howdy. Charles hung up his hat and picked up the pot, grimacing to find it empty. I was just thinking about making some more, Abe said with a chuckle, slowly getting to his feet. What brings you to Lilac City? Charles asked, leaning against the door jamb. Or are you just passing through? Our job is here, the wary man said. My name's Hollister. This here's Jackson, and that's Smith. As we were explaining to the sheriff, we're here to collect 3 runaways. Charles had no idea what Abe had told the man, but he decided there was no point in acting like he didn't know the girls or their situation. He nodded. I'm guessing it must be the Lancaster sisters. You do know them, then? Jackson asked, shooting a frown at the sheriff. Yes. I was hired to escort them here safely by their aunt. Jackson and Smith started talking to each other.
Mrs. Lancaster paid you to help them run away? Hollister asked, leaning forward, his eyes narrow. At his question, the other two men stopped talking. Well, I wouldn't exactly call them runaways. From what their aunt told me personally, she wanted to see that they made the journey safely. It seems the sisters recently lost their father. Being the closest relative in proximity, they took up temporary residence with their father's brother. But then their uncle gave the ladies an ultimatum, to either immediately marry men of his choosing, or they were no longer welcome in his home. The sisters decided it was time to take up residence with their older brother instead. Charles shrugged. It seemed a reasonable decision to me. The three men now looked uncomfortable. I'm guessing that's not the story Mr. Lancaster gave you, Abe said, taking his seat again. It wasn't, Jackson said. He also said the man's not their brother, Smith added. Luke Hamlin is their half-brother. They share the same mother. Charles wondered if the men would drop the case since it had been misrepresented. He's quite happy to have his sisters with him, and has made it clear that he's prepared to put up a fight if someone tries to take them from him. The uncle is their guardian, Hollister began. Have you seen the will? Charles asked. Do you know that to be a fact? The three men shook their heads. I'm afraid you gentlemen have found yourselves caught in the middle of a dispute, Abe said. I don't envy your position. I'm originally from Indianapolis myself, Charles said. And my mother is good friends with Mrs. Lancaster. That's how I came to be hired. I don't know what your intention is now that you know Mr. Lancaster's claim is being disputed. I'm not prepared to abandon the job on your word alone. Hollister had risen to his feet and appeared to be trying to make a showing by standing up to his full height. He was tall, but not quite as tall as Charles was, so it failed. Well, there goes Mr. Hamlin himself, Abe said. How about we pull him in here and you can explain? Charles had already moved to the door. He stepped out and called, Hamlin. The man didn't appear to hear, so Charles shouted again. That time, Luke reined in. We have 3 Pinkerton agents here who'd like to talk with you about your sisters. If you think, Charles frowned and put a finger to his lips. His courting of Maude would just cloud the issue. There was no point in bringing it up now. Luke rode back to the jail and tied up his horse. I'm not talking about my sisters to a bunch of strange men. Would you rather your sisters spoke with them? Charles asked, keeping his voice low. I wish I knew what that old man was up to. Luke stepped inside but didn't remove his hat. You men need to go back and tell William Lancaster that I'll take care of my sisters. The room was fairly crowded now, and some townsfolk who'd been watching from across the street were now edging forward. Charles decided it might be better if he remained at the door to keep them from getting too close. From working with Abe for the last week, Charles had discovered the man to be a peacemaker. If anyone could keep Hamlin and the agents civil, it would be the sheriff. Is everything all right? Mrs. T gasped, squeezing in between people to get to Charles. Everyone looked at him expectantly. He didn't want to be the one to blab in front of all the townsfolk, but he also knew that it wouldn't be long before they knew about it anyway. But how much could he say without it being too much and intruding on their privacy? There's just some dispute as to who is the best person to be guardian to the Lancaster sisters until they're of age, he said, his voice low. Everyone will be hearing more about it later, but I think it's up to Mr. Hamlin to explain it. Those poor girls. They look so happy here. Mrs. Teague gave him a knowing look. Especially Maude. Charles didn't say anything, but she'd named a very personal reason why he wanted the ladies to remain in Lilac City. He would hardly be considered unbiased because of it. He hated the idea of the 3 sisters being forced to remain on Hamlin's land, always wondering if someone was going to kidnap them to return them to their uncle. Abe appeared at the door. Is something bothering you folks? Who are those men you got in there, Sheriff?
James Harkin, who ran the town's small newspaper, asked. He already had a notebook and a pencil out, ready to take down whatever Abe said. Charles wanted to laugh, but one look from his boss made him bite it back.
I don't know if that's any of your business,
the sheriff began, but his words were interrupted when Luke put a hand on the man's shoulder and stepped forward. Folks, I think most of you are aware that my 3 sisters have come to live with me since the death of their father, Luke said. He was my mother's second husband. Their uncle was made trustee. He thinks that makes him their guardian, and he had the nerve to tell the girls they must marry men of his choosing, or he'd kick them out of his house. Well, they didn't want to marry those men, so the girls came to their only other family, me. He poked his chest for added emphasis, his voice getting louder as he spoke. I take care of my family. I don't threaten them with homelessness. Charles put his hand on the man's shoulder. It was probably best not to give away too much information. The agents in the room were not stupid men, and they'd been hired to do a job. It wasn't their business to decide the right or wrong of a situation. No point in helping the uncle's case. Luke nodded and continued. My sisters, for their own safety, will remain on my property. I hope I can enlist your aid for 2 things. The girls, like most of the ladies in town, were looking forward to the dance tomorrow night. If they can't leave my land, they're going to miss out. I'm hoping I can convince you to accept my offer to use my new hall for the dance instead. Only residents of Lilac City and the surrounding area are invited as my special guests. Anyone else would be considered a trespasser. He shot a dark look over his shoulder toward the jail, where the 3 Pinkerton agents stood at the window. We got your back on this, Hamlin, Marshal Breckenridge called from his surrey. Besides the fact that they're your sisters and you have a right to protect your family, we don't want 3 lovely ladies who just barely got here to be forced to leave. Men in the crowd shouted their approval. Charles frowned, and Luke shot the man a flat look. Anyhow, Hamlin continued, this is something that will have to be settled in court. I just don't know how long that might take. I'm hoping you all will help me keep an eye on strangers who might be hanging around. Of course we will, Mrs. Teague called. I'll write up a story about it, Harkin said, furiously scribbling on his paper, and send out a flyer about your dance offer. I just hope it's not too short a notice for people who live farther out. If our dance organizers are agreeable, Luke said, we can post notices here in town and maybe in all the businesses. I'll be happy to cover the door fee. I know that money's been designated to pay for the new school teacher. Since the new school teacher is one of your sisters, Isaiah Phelps, the town mayor, said, we sure don't want Pinkerton agents carrying her off. Charles grinned at the hoots that came from the crowd. He hoped the people were really that supportive and not just doing it because this was something out of the ordinary and seemed exciting. He hadn't missed that Hamlin's shoulders had stiffened at the school teacher announcement. Had he not known one of his sisters had applied for the position, or that she'd been given the job? Charles thought it was most likely Doris. How was she going to teach if she couldn't go to the school, out of fear of being kidnapped and returned to her uncle? They needed to get this resolved quickly. Chapter 12. Maude was surprised when Frances offered to help them set up the hall for the dance on Saturday morning. Did you decide to use your dance card after all? Maude asked as they went through the silverware together. That Nick, Frances shook her head, her tone a combination of disgust and humor. He told all the guys that I wasn't going to go. Next thing I knew, every one of them was bringing me a copy of the dance cards. I must have 3 dozen of them. Maude hoped it didn't go to her sister's head. Frances might be the youngest of them, but in some ways she was old for her age. She'd been so young when their mother had died that she had few memories of her.
She also looked the most like her. As Frances had gotten older, it became more difficult for their father to look at her and not be reminded about what he'd lost. "The mayor was just here," Doris cried, running into the room. "He said I've been hired to be the school marm." "Well, I hope you like being around other people's pesky brats all day," Frances said. "I'll take a sensible horse over that any day of the week." "If you treated children the way you treat horses, you'd get along better. You did just fine with the Teague children on the train," Doris sighed. "The mayor said I'd have to arrange for my own guard, if that's not the silliest thing you ever heard of. Why would Uncle William do this to us?" If Frances was the cynic of the three of them, Doris was the innocent. She always wanted to see the best in people, which usually meant that she did a really good job when she was teaching. No one wanted to disappoint her, not even some of the rowdy teen boys who had caused trouble at the school where she had volunteered. None of them could bear to see a look of disappointment in them on her face. "I'm sure Luke will be happy to arrange something." Maude moved her last batch back to the box. "That's an even 100 for the forks." "If he'll let Doris off the property." Frances shook her head. "He's pretty determined to keep us safe." "Oh, he can't keep me away from the school." Doris looked up from the paper. "He can't let you get taken either. If I can't ride off Luke's property without a guard, then I'm sure you'll have one." Frances put a stack of knives into another box. "There are only 99 here, and I'll bet there are even fewer of the spoons. It's a good thing you thought to count these, because I'm pretty sure some people will be bound to walk off with some of these, even if they're only silver-plated." They worked in silence for a few minutes, and Maude's mind kept returning to their situation. "I don't understand why Uncle William would do this," Maude said. "Why would he give us that ultimatum and then send someone to force us back?" "Because he didn't expect us to leave," Frances grinned. "I cannot tell you how much pleasure it gives me to have thwarted him." "I think it's because he made promises to those men," Doris said. "Do you know that he did?" Maude turned to face her sister. "Oh, yes. I overheard him speaking to that vile man he meant for me. The four of them have some kind of business venture they're planning to go into together, but they need the capital they'll get from our inheritance." "You actually heard Uncle William talk about this, and you never thought to tell us?" Frances asked, indignant. "We were already planning to come to Luke. I didn't want you to shoot anybody, and Maude already had enough to worry about," Doris said. "It doesn't really matter now anyway." "I really wish you'd told us," Maude said, feeling a little sick. "It'd have been better if we'd warned Luke that Uncle was likely to challenge our decision to come here." "I'm sorry," Doris said, her voice contrite. "I guess I was wrong to take him at his word." Maude thought about that as they continued with the preparations. He had to be up to something. Did he really think he could twist the law how he wanted? Mrs. Teague arrived, her little ones in tow, in the company of other women from the town. "My goodness," Mrs. Teague cried when she stepped into the large room. "This is even bigger than the hall in town. We may want to ask your brother if he'd be willing to host all of the dances here. This would give us plenty of room to grow as the town does." Mrs. McDaniel showed what a great trail boss she was. She knew just the right way to get everyone to do what she wanted them to. They went to work again with the newcomers. Maude was relieved that the ladies had done this several times before and knew how to go about it. She was standing on a ladder, trying to pin a string of ribbons for the decorations, when she felt a hand on the back of her ankle. She almost fell off. "Whoa there," Charles's voice said as he scrambled up behind her. "I was about to ask if I could help you. I didn't mean to scare you off your feet." Maude was still shaking, but the warmth of his arms holding her in place calmed her. "I'll be glad to have you hang this for me, but you need to let me down." but I like it like this." His breath warmed her ear. "Charles," she chided, sure she was blushing clear to her hairline. With a chuckle, Charles stepped back down and gave her a hand. He indicated that she should step back. "I'll let you tell me how you want this hung. I'm well trained. I helped my mother many times to decorate for fundraisers when I was growing up." As Maude gave him directions, she wondered what it would have been like to have known him back then. How old was he? He was probably in his mid to late 20s, so it was unlikely she'd have met him. She'd still have been a schoolgirl. Would her mother have approved of him? With his brown eyes and square jaw, his broad shoulders and strong arms, his calm manner and educated speech, Charles Merrick was a fine specimen of a man. He glanced back at Maude, his arms stretched out to the wall, one brow raised in question. "A little higher. No, that's too high." "Perfect." Yes, she thought her mother would have approved of him. Maude definitely did. Maude stood with her two sisters and Luke near the double doors, taking in the large crowd of people. "The ladies of Lilac City have outdone themselves," he said, glancing around the room. "I've heard from several people that they prefer this location, and the mayor has already asked if I'd be willing to continue holding the dances here."
"I hope that's not going to be too much work," Doris said.
"I'm hoping it'll be good for business. There's nothing like being able to offer a town dance right here for my guests."
"There's Nick."
Frances strode toward the ranch hand who had entered the hall with several other hands and guests.
"Do you think she's sweet on him?" Maude asked, her voice soft so only Doris could hear. "Frances? No. Have you watched the way she looks at him?"
Doris gave a soft smile.
"She treats Nick the same way she treats Luke. All these years she's missed having a big brother, and now it seems like she has oodles of them."
"I suppose you're right. I'm glad, because she's too young."
"You're only 2 years older than she is, and we both have friends who are the same age and already married."
Doris stepped toward Mrs. Teague, whose hands were full.
"Let me help you with those."
Bemused at the thought of Frances being old enough to get serious about a man, Maude followed. They spent the next few minutes organizing the refreshment table. An elderly couple Maude hadn't met yet appeared to be handling the purchases. "I haven't attended a dance in years," Mrs. McDaniel said, wiping her brow when they were done. She grinned. "I've tried to talk Tom into taking me, and he'd never do it. Now he's going to have to dance with me or watch me dance with someone else." She jiggled her hand to indicate the dance card she had tied to her wrist and sashayed toward her husband.
"Where's yours?"
Doris asked, fingering hers that hung from her wrist. Maude had chosen not to wear hers in case someone besides Charles offered to sign her card.
"I don't need it."
She pulled hers from her reticule and showed the card. Since Luke had given permission for the courtship, Charles had signed his name for every dance but the first. Her brother had that one.
"Do you worry that his being a local lawman could place him in a difficult situation in dealing with the Pinkerton agents?"
Doris asked. Maude had worried about that. Fortunately, he was only the deputy and not the sheriff. He also wasn't a judge who might be asked to rule on the issue. They were still waiting on word from Charles's father to see if he could find out the wording of the will. The musicians had gathered on the small makeshift stage. Luke appeared at Maude's side. "You'll be familiar with this since it's essentially the Virginia reel," he said. "We have a local caller named Chet Lindley who does the town dances. Because so many guests at the Dude ranches attend, he always conducts a lesson first." A man with silver hair and lots of smile wrinkles stepped forward. When he spoke, his voice carried really well, and the crowd quieted. After directing everyone to take their partner and make several rows, the fiddler started. "The head couple will honor their partners," Chet called. For you dudes, that means you'll take 4 steps toward her and bow. Ladies, you'll do the same and curtsy. Then you'll both retire to your starting positions." Maude and Luke were the head couple for their row, so they did as they were instructed. She found that she and her brother danced very well together. As Chet called out the next steps, she wondered how many times over the years her brother had danced this. He was almost 30. Why had he never married? By the time they finished the dance, she was thirsty and wishing she could get something to drink. "I'll take it from here, if you don't mind, Hamlin," Charles said, appearing at her side with 2 glasses of what must be lemonade. "Are there enough lemons in Lilac City for this many people?" Maude asked, accepting one. "Breckenridge has them shipped here from California for the dances." Luke scowled, his tone making it clear he thought the other rancher was showing off. "Where's Doris? I'm on her card for the next one." He brushed a kiss on Maude's temple and hurried away. "This is delicious. Thank you." She took another sip of the sweet and tangy drink. "It's a good thing your brother has those big doors on each end of the building to let in the breeze." "Yes, Luke said he wanted this room to be able to serve multiple uses, though he'd never envisioned having a gathering this size so soon." Maude felt an odd prickling at the back of her neck, almost as though someone were watching her. Taking another sip from her glass, she slowly scanned the room. A group of people were gathering for the next dance while others chatted along the sides or were getting refreshments. "I know you signed up for this dance," she said, wishing to have something solid behind her. "But it's so warm. I hope you don't mind if we sit this one out and just enjoy our lemonades?" "Not as long as I get to spend the time with you." Charles indicated 2 empty spots on a bench along the wall and guided her to it with his hand protectively on the small of her back. "Do you think Uncle William can force us to return to Indianapolis?" she asked. "Well, they say that possession is 9/10 of the law. I know you and your sisters aren't property, but as long as your brother has you under his protection, especially at your request, I'd say he has the stronger position." Charles heaved out a breath. "I wish we knew how far your uncle's willing to go." "I wouldn't have thought he'd send someone for us. Not when he told us to leave." Maude doubted that she'd ever forget that day. "Did anyone else hear him tell you that?" "Aunt Anne and that attorney." "What?" "Well, his attorney isn't going to admit your uncle said that. Your aunt may or may not. But even if she were to say something, the court might not give it any weight because she's a woman." "That's so unfair." Maude had to take a deep breath to calm herself. It'd been an act of rebellion for their aunt to have hired Charles to look after them. An uneasy feeling settled in the pit of Maude's stomach. "You're not still working for my aunt, are you?" Charles shifted so he could meet her gaze. "That job ended as soon as you met up with your brother. You've been more than a job to me since the first time I met you." He leaned closer, his gaze dropping to her mouth. Maude's breath hitched. Would he kiss her right here in front of everyone? Would she let him? Charles shifted his face forward again, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. They sat in silence for a few minutes, but the electricity between them made the hair on her arms stand up. If he could do that without even touching her, what would it be like when he finally kissed her? "I promised to help with the dishes," she finally said, and swallowed the last of her lemonade. "If you'd like to dance, we'd best catch this next one." "All right." Charles took their glasses to a table on the side that was quickly filling with dishes and cutlery. When the music started, it was a waltz. He grinned and said, "The heavens are smiling on me tonight." Maude's cheeks went warm and she stepped into his arms. They didn't speak at first, simply flowed with the music. Being with Charles was so different from any other experience she'd had. There had been several gentlemen callers since she'd come out, But her father had not been pressing her to make a match. He told her there was no rush for her to wed, that young ladies were taking longer in the new century to settle down. Even so, none of those men had made her feel like Charles did. "What made you decide to be a Pinkerton agent?" she asked. "I had a friend from school whose father worked for them. He did investigative work, which I found interesting." Charles looked down at her and smiled. "I've done a lot of different things over the years, and even considered studying as a lawyer." "Not run a business like your father?" "I've never liked being cooped up in an office. That's probably the biggest thing that kept me from studying the law." Maude wondered if Charles was a wanderer. Would he grow restless if he tried to settle down in one location? He had, after all, been on his way to San Francisco. That was something that a couple should know if they were considering a possible future together. It was what courting was for, wasn't it? To determine if they suited each other? She had no wish to gad about, and she didn't want to spend her married life left behind while her husband did so. "I'm happy to be here with my brother," she said, carefully choosing her words. "It's exciting to be in a growing community. I've never had a desire to do a lot of traveling." "And I've done enough traveling to last a lifetime." Charles's expression turned serious. "I'm relieved to hear you say that, because I'm tired, Maude. I knew I was looking for a change when I made the decision to join my friend in San Francisco. It wasn't until I met you that I realized what I was looking for." "And what is that?" she asked, wanting to hear him say it. "The right woman to settle down with, to make a life with." His voice grew husky. "To make a family with. It'll take a little time to get established here, so we'll have time to get to know each other better. I think you're the one I've been waiting for, and I hope you'll come to believe the same thing about me." Maude's heart swelled, but she couldn't bring herself to say the words. It seemed that the more she learned about this man, the more she cared for him. The waltz came to an end. "Oh, I should help with the dishes now," she said, "but I'll be back in a bit to dance with you some more." "I should check with the sheriff." Charles offered Maude his arm and escorted her to the kitchen area. "I'll be back in a bit to collect my next dance." She watched him leave, smiling to herself. "You can come dry for me." Mrs. Teague appeared at Maude's side and waved an apron before her eyes. "Get your head out of the clouds and put this on. Rumor has it that Deputy Merrick has asked your brother for permission to court you. The ladies in town are jealous that you've already snagged him. I wasn't the least bit surprised." "I was." Maude tied the apron and picked up a towel. "I was afraid it was only me feeling this way." Mrs. Teague then went on to tell the story of her own courtship. "And now look at you," Maude said. "You have 4 lovely children." "And a 5th one on the way," Mrs. Teague whispered, stepping aside as another lady came to replace her at the sink. "You're increasing?" Maude's head spun a little at the idea of keeping track of so many children. "We're hoping this one will come before Christmas." "Congratulations!" Maude gave her a quick hug. "It's not often I get away from my children," Mrs. Teague said, hanging up her apron. "I think it's time for a dance with my husband. I'll just hang these towels out to dry." Maude carried the basket out the door to the lines that Mrs. McDaniel had insisted be hung for just this reason. The evening was still warm but pleasant. Maude paused, enjoying the soft breeze and the sound of crickets in the distance. The nearby tree grove provided a lovely pine smell, and the sound of the music and people dancing filled her with happiness. Though her heart still ached for the loss of her father, the decision to come to Luke had been the correct one. He was right that they were able to be a family again, and she was coming to love Lilac City. With a contented sigh, she headed toward the lines. The full moon lit the yard, making Maude's task easier. She hung the towels in her basket and then pulled down the dry ones someone else had put up earlier. Maude had just finished picking up the full basket when she realized the crickets had stopped. A branch broke behind her. Before she could turn, someone grabbed her. The basket went flying and a hand covered her mouth, cutting off her cry. She struggled to pull free from the man's powerful grip. Why hadn't she listened to Charles's self-defense lesson? Maude did the only thing she could think of. She bit the hand over her mouth. The man cursed and dropped her to the ground. She landed on her knees and tried to scramble away but got tangled in her skirts. The man was on top of her in a second, turning her over to her back.
"It's time to return to your uncle, Miss Lancaster."
He struck her face, and everything went black. Chapter 13. It had taken Charles a few minutes to locate the sheriff. From some of the comments of the residents, there were more people at the Lucky L dance than usually attended the ones in town. When it had been made clear to the 3 Pinkerton agents that the Lancaster sisters wouldn't leave their brother's land without a guard, the 3 men had taken the train out of town. Charles hadn't heard back yet from his father about the will that would make it easier on Hamlin to know what he'd be dealing with. If it turned out that the uncle had not been named the guardian as well as the executor, then Luke's first step would be to seek guardianship. After chatting with his boss for a few minutes, Charles worked his way around the frolickers. One thing that he'd learned to appreciate already was how hard everyone worked. It was good to know they could play hard, too. He could see it was a good idea that no alcohol was permitted at the event. There were probably 2 ladies to every 3 men, and quite a few of those were married with children. The ratio of single women was even smaller. Any lady who wanted to dance had plenty of eligible partners. "If you're looking for Miss Maude," Mrs. Teague said, stepping beside Charles, bouncing her youngest child on her hip, "she should be finishing up in the kitchen."
"I wonder what's holding her up, then."
He glanced that way. "It's probably just one of the ladies in the next shift who's jawing her ear off. It's good for Maude to get to know more of the womenfolk around town. I sure like those 3 girls."
"I do, too."
Charles met her grin with one of his own. "Yes, I'll bet you do. I must say I wasn't surprised when I heard you decided to stay, or that you're formally courting our Maude." She wriggled her eyebrows. He gave a dark chuckle, a little chagrined that his interest had been so obvious. His attention was drawn to Nick Reynolds, who was pushing his way past the dancers. The tenseness of the young man's posture and the firm set of his lips told Charles that something was up.
"Excuse me, Mrs. Teague. I think there's something I need to see to."
When Reynolds spotted Charles heading toward him, the concern in his expression intensified. "Where's the sheriff?" the cowhand asked.
"What is it?"
Charles was already searching the room for Abe. "It's Frances. I can't find her anywhere." The too familiar tightening in his gut told Charles something was very wrong. "What's the matter?" Mrs. Teague asked, approaching the men.
"Have you seen Doris lately?"
Charles asked. The 3 of them turned their heads at the same moment and began searching the full room. He saw no sign of any of the Lancaster sisters, but he met Abe Vosberg's gaze and waved him over. It might be nothing, but it was best to be safe. "What is it?" the older man called as he approached. The song had stopped just before he said the words, and they rang out. Everyone seemed to turn toward them. Maybe it was time to solicit some help in finding the girls.
"We're looking for the Lancaster sisters,"
Charles called back, his voice loud enough to carry across the room.
"What's this?"
Luke asked, hurrying over. Everyone was listening now, and none of the sisters stepped forward. It appeared they weren't there. Charles's blood ran cold. Chapter 14. When Maude woke, her head and face hurt. Something covered her mouth. She tried to move it, but found her hands bound behind her. She panicked, fearing that she'd choke on whatever was in her mouth. Her cries came out muffled. Maude struggled even harder. "Stop it or I'll hit you again," a man's hard voice said. "No, you won't, Hollister," another man's voice said. "I don't go in for hitting women." "She bit me." "Well, I think the younger one broke my nose," a third man said, his voice sounding stuffy, like he had a cold. "How are we going to get them back to Indianapolis if they keep fighting like this?" "We'll get some chloroform," Hollister said. "That'll keep them quiet." "No," the second man said. "I told you before that you can kill someone with that stuff. I won't be party to it." At least one of them had some sense. Maude prayed that he would prevail over the others. "We'll figure something out," Hollister said. "For now, we have to get clear of the brothers' property." "I'm sorry, miss." Gentle hands hefted her to her feet. Another set of hands, not so gentle, then helped to toss her over a horse's back on her stomach. Sounds like muffled cries followed, and she knew the same thing was being done to her sisters. Maude couldn't remember a time she'd been more uncomfortable in her life. The horse's movement made her queasy, and the blanket under her stank. With her hands trussed behind her back, her shoulders ached. Facing down made her head hurt even worse. She tried not to think about sliding forward onto her face without her hands to break a fall. How long before Charles would come looking for her? She had no idea how long they traveled like that, but one of the men growled for them to stop. "Did you see someone?" the stuffy man whispered. "I believe so, gentlemen," a vaguely familiar man's voice called. "I think you had best stop right there. No, put your hands up. I'm not alone." Maude held her breath. Were they being rescued? She wished she could see what was going on, but it was happening on the other side of the horse. She could only hear rustling around them and the neighing of horses. What had to be Frances trying to shout against her gag? "Send someone to tell Hamlin we have them," that familiar voice said again. "Now, Miss Doris, I cannot believe these men dared to put you to such an indignity." Yes, they'd been found. Maude recognized the voice. It belonged to Marshal Breckenridge, the other dude ranch owner. "Excuse me, miss. I need to untie you now." Gentle hands went to work loosening the rope around her ankles, sending blood to her feet again. They stung as feeling returned to them. "Now we'll get you off here." The man helped her to slide from the horse. Maude's tingling feet hit the ground and she gasped. "Steady there." The man untied her hands and she pulled down the gag, taking in sweet air with large breaths. At the sound of galloping horses approaching them, they turned around. "Maude!" Charles leapt from his horse, his eyes shining in the moon's light. "Charles!" She tried to run to him. Her tingling, unsteady feet couldn't hold her. Maude fell forward. The man behind her was only able to catch a bit of her skirt, slowing her downward progress. It was Charles who caught her shoulders and his strong arms that pulled her to him. She threw her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. She was alive. Charles held her to him, his heart racing. He gave himself to the kiss, taking in the feel of her in his arms. This was where she belonged, and he never wanted to let her go. Sir?" Maude stiffened, seeming to remember herself. Charles broke the kiss, but kept an arm around her waist as she turned around. "You didn't just see that," she said. The young man watched them. Was it the moonlight that gave his eyes the hint of a twinkle? Charles might have to wipe off that hint of a grin. "See what, ma'am?" Grinning widely now, he tipped his hat and headed to where Luke was holding Frances from striking their captors. "Frances," Luke shouted, "let the law take care of them." Charles didn't envy the three men if she got her hands on them. He asked, "Are you all right, Maude?" "I hurt everywhere." The way she said it made Charles step back and turn her into the moonlight.
at the smudge of bruising on her cheek. A different kind of heat flushed through his body. "Which one of them did this to you?" "It was the one they called Hollister." He'd only taken one step toward the men when Maude took his hand and laced their fingers. Charles took a deep breath. "Let's show Abe," he called. "Sheriff, I believe at least one charge of assault should be added to that of kidnapping." "What's this?" Hamblin took one look at Maude's face, and his face flushed. He growled. "He hit 2 of my sisters?" He took a step toward the men, but Charles put a hand on his shoulder. "Believe me, I understand, but it's probably best not to make Abe arrest us, too." Luke ground his teeth, but he stopped. "Now you know how I feel," Frances said, pointing to one of the men. "He's the one who hit me in the jaw." "We'll be sure to make sure the Pinkerton agency is aware of what you men have done and attempted to do here." Charles stepped closer and added, his voice low, "I don't know what Mr. Lancaster offered you, but I can guarantee it wasn't worth spending time in prison. I've heard the inmates are plenty happy to make an example of former lawmen or Pinkerton agents who run afoul of the law." He turned around and faced the 3 sisters, a little surprised at how attentive Breckenridge was being to Doris. She didn't carry any obvious markings, so Charles guessed she hadn't put up a fight. Considering what he knew of her peaceful nature, he wasn't surprised. He had no idea what it would take to get her to defend herself. Maude rested her head against Charles's arm. "Do you think it's over? Will Uncle leave us alone?" "Since we don't know for sure what he hopes to gain, I don't know." Charles brought her hand to his lips before glancing around the large gathering of men. "But I would say the Lancaster sisters have a lot of protectors." "This is the best adventure I've ever been on," one of the rescuers cried. Charles thought he must be one of the Dude Ranch guests. "Thank you, everyone," Luke said, turning in a slow circle. "I appreciate you all helping tonight." "You've always been one of the first to lend a helping hand when someone needed one," Breckenridge said. "We can't have folks thinking they can just come into our community and do whatever they want. We aren't lawless anymore. Right, Sheriff?" "That's right," Abe said. "Let's get these men locked up and send word that we'll need the judge." The crowd started to disperse, but Charles wasn't ready to say goodnight. "Do you want to go home, Maude?" he asked. "What are you thinking?" Charles looked down at her beautiful face. How he loved this woman. He almost asked her to marry him, but good sense stilled his tongue. Now wasn't the time anyway. He wanted Maude to be sure of him, of them. "Is the party over?" Nick called out. Everyone looked at Hamblin, who frowned. "It's too early to end that dance. Besides, we have lots to celebrate." Nick turned and asked Frances, "Will you dance with me?" She scowled at him. At his crestfallen expression, she gave his shoulder a bump with hers and said, "Sure, I'll dance with you, but not the waltz, something lively." "Doris, Maude," Luke called. Doris glanced at Breckenridge. "If you are up to it, my dear, perhaps you'd honor me with a dance." "Yes," Doris said, her voice soft. "I'd rather have something else to think about." "And you, Maude?" Luke called, nodding at Charles. "If Charles is with me, I'm fine." Her grip on his arm tightened as she said the words. "I'm so sorry, sweet Maude." Charles ran a light finger over the tender part of her cheek. "Those 3 left town on the train. We thought they were gone. I'd never have let you out of my sight if we'd dreamed they'd come back on horse." "It's not your fault. How could you know?" "Would you be willing to ride double with me again back to the dance?" Charles asked, the light of the moon seeming to add to the intensity of his gaze. "Only if you promise to take me on more buggy rides."
"It will be my pleasure to take you on as many buggy rides as you'd like, sweet Maude." He leaned in and brushed her lips with his, then lifted her onto his horse. "You sure know how to sweet-talk a lady," she then whispered against his back. "And kiss one." Charles laughed. Chapter 15. "I was right, wasn't I?" Charles's mother asked as he drove his parents to the Lucky L for Sunday dinner. "Now, Virginia," his father said, shaking his head, "you promised not to give him, and I told you so." "I will grant her this one." Charles leaned over and gave her cheek a quick peck. "Though as many times as Mother has tried to play matchmaker, you'll understand why I wasn't interested in a possible match with Maude." "But then you met her," his mother said softly. "And then I met her," Charles repeated. It was a shame his brothers and sister couldn't get away. They didn't own their own businesses like Father, and his sister was expecting again. She didn't travel well at the best of times and would be deathly ill to attempt a long journey now. "You always were the slowest of my children to make up their minds," Mother said. "But once you did, there was no turning you from your decision. I'm so looking forward to announcing it to all my friends." "Please tell me you haven't said anything about this to Anne Lancaster," Charles said. "Of course I haven't." His mother's face tightened. "Just as you requested, I haven't mentioned any of this to Anne, and won't until we return home." Her expression turned mischievous. "Assuming Maude will have you, of course." His father let out a loud guffaw. "Look at how white he went. The boy is smitten with her. I can't wait to meet the girl who has finally tamed him." Charles was suddenly very glad his siblings hadn't been able to come. His brothers especially would have needled him endlessly about her. "I'm happy for you." His mother reached over and patted his hand. "But I must say I'll feel better when you're established enough as a horse breeder that you don't have to be a deputy anymore. That worries me." "Will we have time to look at that parcel you want to buy?" his father asked. "Yes. Maude and I usually go for a drive after dinner," Charles said. "It's only 50 acres, but it has access to the river and comes with water rights. It'll be perfect for a stud farm." "I think my father would be thrilled to have you continue his breeding line," Mother said. "The Lucky L Ranch is just up ahead." Charles pointed to the entrance coming into sight. He patted his pocket to make sure the ring was still there. Doris had helped him get the right size. The solitary, old mine-cut diamond would look beautiful on Maude's hand. A week ago, the day the ring had arrived, Charles had sought out Luke to ask for permission to marry Maude. The man had given it, assuming she accepted. Charles pulled up to the front of the house. Since they were expected, one of the cowhands hurried over to take the reins. While his father helped his mother from the carriage, Charles took a deep breath to calm his nerves. The three of them climbed the steps. "Here, let me straighten this for you." Doris stepped forward to retie the sash of Maude's new white dress. "The gown looks so lovely on you. This style is all the rage back east. I'm so glad Judith brought some patterns with her." Maude glanced at her sister, curious about the wistfulness in her voice. Was it because she wanted to be friends with Mr. Breckenridge's sister? The woman was very standoffish. If anyone could get through her reserves, though, it would be Doris. From outside came the sound of a carriage. Maude's heart jumped to her throat, and she raced to the window. She paused behind the curtain, scanning to see through the trees. In the 4 weeks since the kidnapping attempt, Charles had become even more of a fixture at the Lucky L. He served as their guard whenever any of the girls were in town. If Maude didn't make it there, he went to see her at the ranch. She thought the only marks the three of them still carried from that dreadful night didn't show.
She'd had a hard time sleeping for a while, and occasionally a nightmare would wake her. Doris had them too, though Frances had flatly denied having any trouble with them, saying she slept like a baby. Maude didn't believe her, recognizing the sometimes haunted look that crossed her baby sister's face. It was like those men had stolen something from her, and she hadn't been able to find it again. Their captors had tried to blame everything on Uncle William, who'd admitted to hiring the agents. Their uncle claimed that he'd only given instructions for them to bring back his nieces and denied instructing them to break the law. Charles's father had seen the will and found the language ambiguous, saying it could be read either way. When Luke had asked what that meant, Mr. Merrick had said the courts would have to decide what it meant in a ruling. Her brother had already filed for guardianship. He'd also petitioned the court to freeze their assets to make sure William couldn't spend any of the funds. "It's a shame he doesn't have a house yet," Doris said, "when you two could be married while his parents are here." "What?" Maude spun around. "He hasn't proposed yet." "I wouldn't be surprised if it happened soon," Doris said, her voice smug. "What do you know?" "Only that Mrs. Merrick is a lovely woman." Doris gave a soft chuckle. "I forgot to mention that I've met her." "And you never thought to bring that up when you remembered meeting his sister?" "I did say he came from a good family." Doris gave one of those shrugs the men found so charming. "I was shopping with Aunt Anne after we first went to live with them. Mrs. Merrick was very gracious and all kindness at our loss. But that was to the niece of a friend, and not a possible daughter-in-law." "Maude," Doris said, clasping her hands, "Charles loves you. Even if she weren't to approve of you, which I cannot believe would happen, it wouldn't change the way you two feel about each other. Together, you can face anything." "You're right." Maude threw her arms around her sister and gave her a quick hug. "Wish me luck." With all the dignity taught at one of New York's finest finishing schools, Maude made her way down the stairs. "Here she is, Mother," Charles said softly, and everyone stopped talking to look at her. As Maude's gaze met his, all her nervousness ebbed away. How she loved this man. "She's lovely, just as you said," the silver-haired woman said. "Lovely indeed," the tall man with white hair at his temples gave her an approving nod. Charles stepped forward and offered her his hand. Maude was surprised that hers no longer shook. She expected him to introduce her to his parents. Instead, he dropped to one knee before her and pressed his lips to her hand. It was shaking now. "My dearest Maude, I love you, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you," Charles said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a ring. "Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" She met his gaze, so full of love. There was a rightness in this moment. If her uncle hadn't tried to force them to marry those awful men, she and her sisters would never have left Indianapolis, and she wouldn't have met Charles. "Maude?" he asked, his tone uncertain. "Of course I'll marry you." Amid cheers and cries of congratulations, Charles rose and slid the ring on her finger. He turned and faced the others. "Everyone, I'd like to introduce Miss Maude Lancaster, the soon-to-be Mrs. Charles Merrick." He then leaned forward to press a chaste kiss on Maude's lips. The warmth that radiated from where their skin touched sent shivers of promise through her. "I love you," she said, and pulled his head down for another kiss. Epilogue. Doris. With Frances's help, Doris settled the veil over Maude's wedding hat. When they were finished straightening the sheer fabric, she turned and faced the mirror. Fighting a powerful sense of nostalgia, Doris wondered what it would have been like if their mother had lived and could have been with them on this important day. "I wish Mother and Father could have been here for this," Maude said, echoing Doris's thoughts. "At least Luke gets to give you away," Frances said, her voice tinged with the ever-present anger she still harbored against their father. Doris exchanged a worried glance with Maude. They'd spoken about their concern that their youngest sister would never forgive him. It had gotten so bad that they tried to avoid talking about him in front of Frances. "I'm glad you thought to come to Luke." Maude gave Frances a quick hug that made the girl scowl and adjust her dress. She'd made it clear that agreeing to wear a gown was a huge sacrifice. A tap on the door was followed by Mrs. McDaniel calling, "Are you ready? All the guests are seated." Maude gave a little gasp and looked at them with wide eyes. "Don't worry," Frances said. "I've never seen two people who were so right for each other." "She's correct," Doris said, surprised at her baby sister's show of sentimentality. Maybe there was hope for her yet. "Of course I am." Frances opened the door to show Luke waiting outside, dressed in a new suit. As he held out his arm to Maude, and she accepted it, a memory came to Doris of him when he'd come home for their mother's funeral. He'd worn a suit then, too. The years had added a few lines to his face, but Doris thought he looked even more the handsome big brother. There was a toughness etched there now that had been missing then. Frances followed them, but Doris lingered. She went to the window that overlooked the shady lawn where the guests were seated. They'd borrowed the benches from the church, and everyone was dressed in their Sunday finery. She still couldn't believe they had been able to put together the wedding so quickly. Ordinarily, Maude and Charles wouldn't have married so soon after becoming engaged, but they'd both been worried Uncle William might get wind of it and try to use the courts to prevent the marriage. So Charles's parents had extended their visit so they could attend. Doris was glad they would live at the Lucky L for a while. He was in the process of buying some land. Once the harvest was in, the town was planning a house-raising party for them. One of the guests glanced up and met her gaze for a second before looking away. Marshall Breckenridge. Doris sighed, unable to shake a sense of melancholy. She truly was happy for her sister, but didn't understand how she'd managed to capture Charles's attention. What was it that he'd seen in Maude that had set her apart from any other woman he'd known? Not that Doris had any interest in him, but it did make her wonder how one captured a man's attention. One particular man's attention. It wasn't as though Doris could get herself kidnapped again. She shuddered, remembering how terrified she'd been, tied up and flung over the back of a horse, treated so roughly. Frances was right. Women did need to know how to defend themselves. All during that uncomfortable ride, Doris had fought not to imagine what terrible things might be in store for them. And then rescue had arrived. Strong hands had lifted her with great tenderness from the horse and unbound her, had held her while she'd cried. Doris hadn't been able to shake the memory of those strong arms around her, or the kind eyes that had looked at her so comfortingly. She could have stayed in his arms forever. But Marshall Breckenridge hadn't spoken to her since that night. Maybe, someday, she'd find a way to make him look at her the way Charles did Maude. With a sigh, Doris hurried down the stairs. This has been A Match for Maude, Lilac City Novella Series, Book 1, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Copyright 2019 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.